Tell the bad guys, let's do this. This is what you need to do in this space. Is follow back. Follow your host, follow your co-host, follow your neighbors, follow your brother's neighbors, and that means this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. I'm going to say it enough so you know that. Go on. The time. To even it
Yo, dog, I'm here.
100%. Before we get to anything else,
What up, Sammy?
I'm going to go over gaslighting. Just kind of, if you guys don't know what gaslighting is about.
Are you living, Sammy? Sammy, can you hear me?
Before we get to anything else, I'm just kind of going to go over gaslighting. Just kind of, if you guys don't know what gaslighting is about, it's built on gaslighting. Where the church, we don't panic, and we deny reality. It's inspired by the original. Let me tell Grandpa, in a community that actually shows up. Gas isn't just a coin, it's a shared illusion with momentum. We're not lying, you are. It's a little bit about gas. Go jump on our Telegram page. I'm going to try to get that posted up top. And check out the bot that we have going. It's a gaslighting bot we have going on. It's really fun. We do have another bot that's in the works that would be engagement. Other things like that we don't have 100% worked out, but it's working on that right now, and we have a lot of fun on the Telegram page. So there's a lot of things that are going to happen on the Telegram page. Make sure you guys have jumped on there and check out. Just sign up. What is happening, man? How are you? State Department has arranged with hunters and companies. Helicopters are en route as you requested. Sleeps best. Just guys, you can follow what Stu said, like, retweet, and follow, and tag 3 friends in the purple pill. What we're going to do now, let's see, we got to figure out how we are going to surprise some of these ideas. and no one's calling me out. So again, no one's about to film obviously. Occasionally some people do it. They want to point the text back to what is remember. That night the Kahana had a dream, and in the dream he sees his possible. So what happens? Amalek, so if Kahana told Rab the dream, Rab said, oh, as a result of that dream, I'm praying Rab Lichmare. Rab remembered the teaching, he remembered the rule. And apparently, again, the Pasuk jogged his memory, because again, see the first of the Pasuk. But the Yehuda rebelled, what's that? Rab was the first idolatry, the theme of Omer, so to say, Sagat and Jews, the son of Hashem, this was even less for this, what it means in a family, the stones in France, Yerushalayim, then it's the Zaha. The first conversation actually is, Omer has Zaha location of Yisrael. Yehuda Yehuda Kodesh Hashem. Because Yehuda is this refers ultimately again to a zone for harvest. Omer, Goyia Kodesh. Also again, so enough of your Malach. This refers to who was the reason that's what it means, preparation is the door of the beginning of God. Revelation is not Jerusalem. See, that's saying, what does it say afterwards? Yahweh is Hashem Le'ish Asher Yasem Er Ba'ula Yaakov Uman Yishmut Kol Hashem Tzivach. So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. If I'm talking, the Jew who committed this transgression cannot be used for Lo Yir Lo Ken Shechachomim Ba'olam B'Chim. Son will not be accountable. So they literally translated, if the Chacham got a reason to be translated, but it means literally again, the son will not be amongst those who are awake, right? Those who are right in the Talmudim, and no one will be able to converse with the Talmudim. But in the punishment, but I'm talking about the reason to the non-Jewish level, ultimately, I think this is one of those comes from. There was a rule of Kumar, I'm telling you, this is a story, but we are not going to not be his son will not continue in his Kohanim style. It will be again, the son will not be in the Kohanim style. So I just want to say something. First of all, number one, second here, you're talking about no person is person here come Chacham, learning Torah Baruch Hashem Yom Malay, day and night. But the man is there, the person is in we all have this discussion over our work and the other interesting idea is the son will not be a Kohen. The son doesn't really work. That it's specifically by immorality. Immorality implicates itself on God. And specifically implicates itself on children. An immoral father cannot really father his son. And this is irrelevant to the son. Knows about what the father did. Doesn't know about the beginning looking that there are certain things that fundamentally change in what we are. Morality is one. So a man goes ahead and engages in this type of a relationship. What's fascinating about it is like it's not like a riot that's punishable by use or by something else. Remember again, this is Kano and Hogan ball. But if the Kanoic doesn't get the person to react, there's no follow-up. No if I am wrapped up in him, by definition, is going to impact my faith. This will happen to you, and another thing will happen to you. I'll see that in just a moment. We're talking incredibly good. Recimo sobie tego, aż to trafił był głosem na podwyższaniu, ale wszędzie stali sobie gręczą, bardzo jak dziewczyny mówiły gręczą, ale tego, tak spread. And so, obviously, again, was cast to the side and the of the city union, those were all that house. And on the skull was written plain. Those gifts and something else. Now, cover up. The very difficult. It's going to be a few. But very difficult. The other, no. Cover up the other, no. Skull goes back out of the ground. Turn it again, and goes back out of the ground. Okay. I'm going to hide with the rough show you on that. You like this must be the skull of the ground. Okay. This is showing you another skull of a handshake. How many carrying it around? You're nothing straight. You're nothing. You're really said you're going to be very like the time. Just like nobody takes the time to carry it around. So you look behind you and you're thrown by the side. Not very well. That's why I'm doing this. I'm going to welcome you. The last four times I've seen you. You know what? It's not right. You know you're not going to be very good at all this stuff. Okay. And as a king, you deserve some level of coverage in the way that you remain a king. So what happened? So what the grandfather are very favorite with this. So Shashmi Karpabi Giro, both say this sift stuff. So he went ahead and he got the realized he can't carry it, he doesn't carry anything back out of the ground. So he can use a piece of salt. That's going to piece of salt. So he put it in the box. Okay, I cited this. So Chazi say. So what happened? So the grandfather, I think that's decided to believe that dreams this is such a nice this must be the skull of your husband's first wife. I was going to say, it's not married. The grandfather is married before. The neighbor says to the conversation, this must be the skull of his first wife. The most pronounced marriage, clearly, your husband cannot forget about his first wife. What did the wife do? And that's with the menudo, the skull, threw it into the oven, and it was and also, when the grandfather takes it back, I'm going to use the city leader, those, but on that. So now I have to tell you normal. Until then, again, remember, the days of Hashem were trying very hard to ensure that Jewish men were not in any relationship with Jewish life, morality, intermarriage, all these things. So they kind of threw the book to the relationship. He said, yes, Jewish men is not the children, and die about Sifos Nida. He's a Nida. Number two, Shivcha, for the Jewish men had a relationship. Number three, Gimel Goya is a biblical prohibition against annihilation and non-Jewish. And ultimately, out of the species, she's married, ultimately it's adultery. Okay? Yes, rather, on Mishum Nashgat. That was the wrong way to say it. Again, he agreed on the first three. Leave the Shivcha Goya, Zona. He takes out Ish's Ish, married him, and puts in Zona. Why did he do that? Should Ishus less little? Because the Kusi relationships, therefore it didn't make sense to put Ish instead, it makes more sense to put in Zona. The first thing you say, now Shayu Badai on the okay, I know they didn't have a formal concept of marriage, the institution in Yisuan, but the Maisa, they still had an institution of marriage. And they still had a non-good relationship. Therefore, when man has relations with a married kusis, it's vicious. Okay, incredible. Focus to kind of, fill this out a little bit. What we still be hearing is the severity of a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish. Based on the Hashmonoyim, Nashkaz, other days in Nashka. Either way, or the Mishnah says that if Hanan is zealous and he's defining catches a Jewish man in the act, he's committed to the I'm going to just go. Somebody comes to ask this Shiloh, a moral. We do not actually instruct them to do this. So that's the says over here. I'm going to about little a moral shelo nema elo mechanini atzmo. Very interesting. So let's say again, Ruben is having relations with the Kusis, right? And now what happens? Shimon is a kanoi, right? He's a bench, asking anything of a kanoi, right? He's a kanoi. And he shows up in Bezdin. It says Bezdin. Ruben is having relations with the Kusis. Can I kill him? The halacha is Bezdin does not instruct him to do this. What Rashi points out over here is the concept of kanoi togenbo is a person acting motivated by their own sense of religious self. So I can't tell you again how incredibly dangerous this is. Because remember again, the person who's going to carry this out has to make sure that he is not decided that he's a kosher, and he's doing this for all purposes. That's like halacha. So we don't. This is how halacha Moshe in Sinai. You can remember we're going to learn this. That's the custom, but we don't pass the Lord. We don't expect people to do this. So if someone comes to me and asks, says, "Should I do this?" and tell them, "No, don't do it. Don't do it." This is unique halacha. If someone acts of their own volition, sounds like you're not liable for it. Right? But the nice Bezdin will never instruct someone to actually do this. So the Gemara says, "It's my name. I'm a rabbi. I don't know the someone asks, right? Little Jimmy comes to me. Right? Jimmy comes to me. And moving Imam Shadi relations with the Kusis. And I'm like, can I do it? No. You tell no, do not do it. Much below, not only that, I was in create Jimmy the heart of Pentecost. Yeah, so remember that when he gets in just a moment, you carry the dramatic example of this, or not carrying an example. The episode where this happens is story of Pentecost. So remember again, Zimri was a tribal prince of Shimon, had relations with Husby, a Midianite princess. They engaged actually in a public act of immorality, and Pinchas kills Zimri. Pinchas kills Zimri and Husby, kills them both. So this is the story that drives this concept of Haboel, Aramis, Haboel, Kusis, Hanoim, based on Pinchas. So this just showed you what a dangerous thing this whole thing is. Listen to this. Confused Zimri behind the Pinchas, let's say Pinchas kills Zimri after Zimri had already finished the act. Right, let's say Zimri finished Husby. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas would be liable for bloodshed. Furthermore, Zimri turned around and told Pinchas Zimri would not be tired. Why not? Because Pinchas had been a road. So this is fascinating. Even though Saloka says that Hanoi is allowed to kill someone who is having relations with Aramis, but again, it's not part of the type of the road. So the Jewish man defense had Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas, Zimri would be tired. What is all of this? Balak, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired Bilam to curse the Jewish people. Bilam was unable to successfully curse the Jewish people. What did Bilam do? Bilam says to Balak, lure the Jewish men into morality. I can't understand the morality is include anything to the jump of so what happens? So Moab, essentially, the Moabite, the Jewish men into immorality. The tribe that we felt for this the most was so the tribe of Shimon came to their tribal prince Zimri. Zimri, they're sentencing us to death because we're engaged in morality. You're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. Ma'asa, what did Zimri do? Amar the Kibes Chata or Elohim. Zimri got 24,000 people. Bahala is a country. Anyone from the country was in the United States. It says, Amar Hashmini, revelation. Right? So Zimri wanted like to make it special. So he says, country, have something to the revelation of me. Amar Lo, Basmela, Amar Lo, Basmela, I'm a princess. And my father said I could only have relations with you. Amar Lo, I'm a Nasi David. So Zimri, listen, I'm a Nasi. He refers to himself first. I'm a tribal prince. I'm a Shani Lebetan. Sorry, two Shani Lebetan. Who's two Shani Lebetan? I'm a second-born son, second-born child, and I'm a first-born child. So you see, I'm even greeted Zimri literally. He took me by the hair. The Bia Italon. He brought her before Moshe. Amro Ben Amro. You are Surah or Mushar? Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or usher? In Tomar, Surah, and if you say that she's Asura to me, who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? Way before you say us, now you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Tzipporah? Who allowed you to marry this other than a halacha? Moshe Rabbeinu, in that moment, he couldn't remember the halacha. He just couldn't answer remember what the halacha was. So go to the Mishnah. What's the first one on the bottom? But everybody started flying. You have to understand that you know this moment. Right, so Zimri is confronting Moshe and telling you Moshe Rabbeinu to God. And Moshe Rabbeinu is the man who has all the answers all the time. Moshe Rabbeinu is the one who's like the spoon of Christ and navigating every single crisis. Has nothing to say in this moment. Everyone was thinking this right. So what happens? Behind the decision, both in Pesach or morning. Seriously? Yard Pinchas ben Elazar. You know what happens? Pinchas ben Elazar saw. I asked the Gemara, what did Pinchas see? What happened? Nice of Mr. Halacha. He saw everything else happening, and Pinchas remembered the Halacha. Ahi Abi Abba, literally again, the brother of my grandfather. Remember that Pinchas was the son of Elazar, so brother of my father's father. But past the matter, there's definitely high. Now you taught us. You taught us. You think that's Mount Sinai. You taught us a halacha, literally a halacha of Moshe and Sinai. You think that's Mount Sinai, and you taught us the following halacha. Since a man has to be Jewish woman, you're allowed to kill. On the Lord says it's right. And I remember they said, "Bring us to the Yarko, the one who leads the left. You will be having time." I think it costs us. You're the one who learned the halacha. Therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out. No, something different. No, the same color, like the same color stuff. Literally translated, there's no wisdom, there's no understanding, there's no counsel. Neged Hashem, opposite Hashem. What does that do? So, Makom Sheyishchu Hashem Ein Chokim Kavod. According to this approach, what happened over here is as follows. Pinchas, everything else happened. Someone else got halacha. Pinchas knew the halacha. Pinchas acted, we asked, how much can't act without consulting the Rabbi? Pinchas acted on his own. Why? For some reason, they're having an issue. I don't know if it's a fandom issue or a launch my NFT issue, but they're having some kind of issue right now where it's not showing up in their wallets. But if you do my Magic Eden, it tells you you actually but for some reason, they're just not showing up in their wallets yet. But it is official. But like I said, I can't help but conflicts. Y'all know just once I said that as you are ready to take a look at number one. Right? Well, everyone is. We got that. We got that. Verse number one, because the mind of the Lord. Moses said, yeah, that's how much emotion is. Right? Moses said, you remember it, you need to be carried.
I've tried to figure it out, and I've had this issue before with a collection that I launched before. It was showing up as spam, so they had to fix that issue. But then this time, it's just not showing up in wallets. But if you look on Magic Eden, you actually have bought it, and you actually do own it. It's just not showing up in your wallets yet. So apparently, it's the holidays, and they're having some kind of issues.
And not have to see it with you might as well you see from here that you do not bring weapons into the base of English. Into the base of English, sorry. You do not bring into the base of English. Actually, in Western Play Zion, the base of American. So this is very interesting. So, by the way, this is the thing about it, what's the logic of not bringing weapons into the base of English? The American is where we go to go ahead and prolong life. Weapons go ahead and curtail or shorten life. There's a lot of
you can have the option of being able, you can set your collection as being able to look and choose from
in any event, so what this is we got up, let's make sure you got to see it. Now, because understood that he was outnumbered, right? He could not once again go out of so let's see, here come my seniors to shoot this. We can talk about this. Why should say the way we got? I'm going to say the way why should we enjoy life any less than wow. Come on, leave alone. I'll be lost and suck up to you. Look at this thing. I'm out here for this year. Satisfy his own needs. Let him in. Let him in. We got to go there. Even the holiest of people are permitting religion and religion. Very national 6 years from the number one. That part. So how you know the Zimmy with those broken? And literally Zimmy is having a relationship. What is the trust? That hurt. So how you know the down the road? Find out. Like that's the thing. That hurt. The people with the
certainly appreciate it.
because of these two
We got to wait on
24,000
folks
Jews
on
to
the
lose
magic
their lives.
and apparently Marshman and Tito figured out their shit, but
Here's a kind of with righteous indignation. You're going to hold the whole people accountable because of the actions of these two. So yeah, I'm not the Gemara says, "They do not make him about this." Well, first one I know is right. Above Esmola, the Hainu Chassid is what it means when it says, "Vayamo Pinchas Vayipalo." The pasuk says Pinchas stood Vayipalo. Interesting enough, I'm going to believe that Vayispalo Lo Nema. It doesn't say Pinchas. Hello, Vayipalo. Now, by the way, the short of halal, Lami, means to judge. Lami to be up on Asapurinos in Kono. So, literally, again, that Pinchas was judging us such powerful. He had kindness, and he had like rebuke. How can you these people? Two ring leaders, and everyone else is held responsible. So, picture. Malaki I trying to duck. So the Malaki wants to protect the family. He's disrespectful. I'm going to let him Nichu. The Prophet says, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Kanoi ben Kanoi. He is the son, he is the Kanoi, the son of another Kanoi. Now ultimately, again, who is the Kanoi? The Sheikh of Levi. The descendant of Levi. Right? Remember again, Levi, Shimon and Levi were the ones after Jesus was abducted and raised by Ham, Shimon and Levi went out and killed out all of the men. The Prophet says, Pinchas is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. Nation Ema, then Nation Ema. He is one who goes ahead and literally, he is one who removes but that's not out. Out of the aftermath of the rebellion, the Torah stops the slave with the divorce. Because listen, it's a filter that's the emotion of what do you see? But if you always want to care about your anything, is that your background. Well, because you release your sleep unaccessible ability, after you fix the doctor's going to talk to my most not every collect like this. You understand why you do this because it's clearly by what we see happening to the has such incredible aspects of it. Everybody told you something. The Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. Just like Levi did what they did to the dignity. Just like Aaron did what he did to the dignity of others. So I know because of doing what he's doing. The dignity of God is always for the dignity of another Jew. When you are there for another Jew, when you learn to put yourself on the line for another Jew, so like to talk a little bit of, and then I'm going to spy to me after that. He was talking about it. So the other tribes began to side with the fullest of others. But all that nothing to the Islam, they started this other side. I remember, so Pinchas' mother was from Israel. From Israel. Rashi says here, Rashi says, Yisrael, the Allah of Pinchas, Malchus in Israel. So Pinchas' mother was one of the daughters of Israel, family of Israel. The tribe started this side of Israel. His grandfather was priest from Israel. And this guy, the grandson of a priest from Israel, has the first time also comes with the youth was Pinchas, and then Elazar ben Aaron. For him, he got the young ben Aaron. Actually, no trouble. The problem is Moshe Rabbeinu. Literally, again, remember, he loves to know this trouble. Hashem gives Pinchas the covenant of peace. So Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace, of shalom. Amar, Lachain, Amar, therefore go tell Pinchas, Himini knows he loves peace. See, I give Pinchas the covenant of peace. And by the way, this is inside. Quite fascinating. Out of all the gifts that Pinchas could have gotten, to get this covenant of peace was the shot. On a very basic level, it's important to understand that when a person takes a life, even if it's an organ, even if it's not justified, even if it's a you have to life fundamentally changes
one Spider Pig. If you are going to Spider Pig, you are being that's what it's all about. Spider Pig is I'm not being great at just he has the chair down, so let him do it right.
Find peace in life. Find tranquility. That you should not have to live with the guilt of what you did. 100% practice. 100% want to even though you know that. Some still there. You'll follow the see the empty soul of people. Your act, what you did for Cloudy Slow, yeah, hold on, stand up and be like this. So apparently, Zimri did not just have one active relationship with Kazi, he had a lot of active relations. Literally, again, 400, right? David Mills, the Esther, the Abba, 400 for active relations. I engaged in a lot of immorality. The impact I did say this was Zimri finished, but I was naturally saying it's not actually the act, but he made it into was hard out to multiple actions. So what you get, the mama of Filipino, my sister, she should. You know, they do that 60 actions. Actually, it was like the dates on the club. Okay, again, so many actions were out there. He high said, you're going to lay a night. Because was filled with death. I was seeing so much. It became like this saturated field. Moshe's gay saw. Kind of Yosef, Kevin Shana Amos. Again, where did you do in the hyperbolic description over here to highlight the those countries, in fact, why for the destruction of province, and the entire Organi, even night. Literally, if you look between the weeds, right between the weeds and the snow, right? Because the entire of the night, between the places, that's where you'll find the night. And there are other people. So if you want to find Sinai, look for this secluded place between the sun. What is she doing up there between the weeds? What is she doing? She's literally prostitutes out from Sinai is so immoral. I'm going to go over. Yeah, let me continue with 5 years we did the travel transition. Zimri, we got Solo, Ben Afnanis, the Shlomi out, then Shlomi. Zimmy, why was he called Zimmy? Ashkenaz said Beta Muzar. Somebody asked the nations that had to go to okay? Then some, and ultimately again, then Salah is there. His three dollars, she used to be something much more different. Because for Ma'arif and Akbar Paz, he caused the iniquities of his family to be spoken about. Let himself out. Then Akhnaz, Ashkenaz, nice so that Akhnaz engaged in actions like a Canaanite-like action. The Mashma, what was actually his name, Shmuel ben Shaddai. Incredible. All those good. Once I just point out something unique. I think about folks in actual name was it's right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right? Zimmi was a descriptive name that represented a multiple acts of immorality. But his human was in the outbreak of because remember again, he's been nothing of Shimon. He just read it by the way, like the name itself is so holy. Shmuel is peace, and spiritual tranquility and harmony without having love. In other words, try to live my life in consonance with Hashem. What do we all want? I want to tell them what Hashem. And as a result, he needs Shaddai. Hashem is my God. Hashem is my God. So much of this. He needs Shaddai. Can be and in one moment, you can get my power of mind, and the next moment, you can see the lowest of this is why it's actually bad. And we have to understand decision because even the smallest, most innocuous decisions, not ultimately losing something. And enough bad, small decisions sets me up for that moment when I have to make a really dramatic decision and make the wrong one. And then suddenly again, I descend to the depths of the pit. You don't usually go from Shmuel ben Shaddai to Zimri in just a moment. There's a whole bunch of other things that happen along the way. But we're susceptible to sin. We're susceptible to failure. And that's why again, living life with a constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to put me? What character does it need me? This constant awareness, constant vigilance. Yes, I can prevent these conditions. It's like I make mistakes. At least I'm always aware of what direction I'm going in. Put myself in the path. Save myself from the speech things. Take a look at it. Wow. Okay. That's what's going to come for today.
Original Bill Johnson, Federal White. Have the credits going. These people worked hard on this bitch.
Yeah, sort of like the self-help kind of I can't wait. Wake up my kids, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I tell my kids, it's like, fuck off, baby. You got this. It's the best day of your life. I don't care if you want to watch cartoons or the park. I can't wait to jail. I can't wait to come here. I can't wait to figure out Diners baseball for 3 hours. My life's fucking awesome. That's whatever I know. On the color of the person. The person. or when it was in that. And I'll call and make you feel like there is no problem here. That's an ability to go. There is, but there is. Like, ultimately, I'm telling you, and when I say it's going to stop you, I'm not talking about podcasts. I'm talking about just your life will not be able to The son will not be able
While I was reading that, I was like, stop reading.
Immorality is immoral thought, not really thought.
Remember, he like goes
And
back
this is
to
what I
the
would
media.
say. Those psychology doesn't have
Points the rock fire pit. Nobody talking about that, but I guess in a way it's okay, so now going revisiting donuts. Childless plus 25-year-olds to grow up.
There's no follow-up. No follow-up. Trespass is so profound that it imprints on my children. So I can be the greatest Chacham in the world, but if I do this, my kids are not going to be a Talmid Chacham. I can be a Kohen, but if I do this, my kids are, and again, it's not a punishment. I think it's a result. If I am wrapped up in it, by definition, that is going to impact my ability to raise an inspired family. It's not a part of works. Such an incredible Gemara. Whoever has relations with a non-Jewish woman is as if he's marrying idolatry. Simply, the pasuk says, "Baal basta." Doesn't have a Zara have a daughter. This refers to a Jewish man who has relations with a non-Jewish. This is incredible. So remember again, one of the kings of Kal Yisrael of Judah was a man Yehoiakim. Yehoiakim, unfortunately, again, was an Oved Avodah, who unfortunately again led Kal Yisrael in a very deleterious path. Part of his punishment was that the Rabbi told him, "You're not going to be buried in the normal way." So it was written on the skull of Yehoiakim, "Zos va'od acheres." This will happen to you, and another thing will happen to you. Now we'll see what that means in just a moment. So Gemara tells an incredible story. Zikino Rabbi Preda, Ashkechahu Gu Gulasa. So the grandfather, the father, well, Zikino usually means the grandfather of Rabbi Preda, found the skull. And the skull ultimately again was cast to the side by the gates of Yerushalayim. And something else. Now, he didn't realize that this was the skull of the king Yehoiakim. So what did he do? He buried the skull. He figured it's got to be a Jew. He buried the skull. Bahadar Navuk. So every time he buried it, the skull raised back out of the ground. Buried it again, it raised back out of the ground. Okay? Amar Hai Gulasa Shal Yehoiakim. So he realized this must be the skull of Yehoiakim. And Rabbi told him, Rabbi Yirmiyah said, "You are going to be buried like a donkey." Just like nobody takes the time to bury a donkey's carcass, they just throw it by the side.
Well,
so to your body is going to be thrown by the side. Not
I would say, by to our 30s.
Grandfather Rabbi prayed this. But nevertheless, all this stuff at the end of the day,
I really, in my heart,
and as a king, he deserves some.
did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s?
So what happened?
No.
So what we
There's a chance
so he went ahead and he wrapped it. He realized he can't bury it because every time he buried it, came back out of the ground. So
I would have made my first million by the time I was 30.
Put it in a box. Okay. Aside to this, Chazise. So what happened? So the grandfather,
adolescence, I was
his wife came home. And she saw,
and then I thought maybe I could be a billionaire.
Okay. So she
by
decided
40.
to talk to her neighbor about it.
That's
so she said it. So she was, they were talking, the neighbors were talking.
But I really think that could happen by the time I'm 50.
The skull of your husband's first wife.
And I think I could
Apparently, again, this marriage is a second marriage.
That's how
Right?
much confidence I have.
Before.
The Rebetza. No, if you're watching this, I want you to be like, yeah.
This must be the skull of his first wife. The
Person who,
and what happens? And clearly,
in their
the
own
husband
way,
cannot forget about his
may
first
be
wife.
the
So what did the wife do?
poorest person on earth,
She took the skull,
made
threw it
within.
into the oven, and it was incinerated.
But money really doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't. What matters to me
you won't be buried normally. And number two,
happiness.
again, clearly, ultimately, his skull was incinerated. He also had
As I recall my mother saying, quoting
So the
Oprah
Beis Din of
Winfrey,
Chashmonai,
money doesn't buy happiness, but it helps. And I'd like that. I'd like the comfort.
their Beis Din made a gzera. What was the gzera? Habala kusis chayiv alem mishum nash go.
Money would be able
If
to
a man
bring
has
happiness.
relations with a kusis, a non-Jewish woman,
Even
he
though I
is
live a
chayiv
comfortable
because
life
of
now,
nash go. 4 things.
I'd like to be able to
4
explore
things.
the world.
Now, by the way, what's nashga? We'll see in just a moment. So nashga is nun is
With that said,
nida. Now this is interesting because
another thing,
so nida applies to
even more important than money, far more important than
again,
money,
remember,
that there might be a
Beis Din
chance that I might have a
trying
family
very
by
hard
now.
to ensure
I was
that
anticipating
Jewish men would not be having
prior
relations
to
with non-Jewish women for a
undergoing
variety
this
of reasons, morality, intermarriage, all these things. So
story
they
that
kind
I've
of drew the
created.
book at this relationship. So they said if you have a Jewish man has relations with a
And they
non-Jewish
don't.
woman, you chayav al tzilchos nida. She's a nida.
And I'm
Number
okay
2,
with that.
shifcha.
If you were to ask any of my friends when I was a young adult, I would tell them, I don't want to get married until I'm well established, and I don't care if that's even when I'm 50 years old. And they would like, nobody talked like that.
on the first 3, need the shifcha
And
sona. He takes out
I
Ish,
just knew
married him, and puts
uphill battle I was facing,
less little.
just in my,
We're not so marked on marriage.
and I didn't want to do it until
they really have monogamous relationships.
I
Therefore, it
could
didn't make sense to
absolutely know
Isha.
that
Instead, it makes more sense to put in
I
Sona.
had
The Edom, the first opinion would say,
secured generational wealth,
okay, it might be true they didn't
not
have a
just
formal
for a few
contract of marriage,
generations,
Yushin and Sulan, but Lamaisa, they still had an
for as
institution
long
of
as it's
marriage.
necessary.
And they still had a monogamous relationship.
And
Therefore, if a man has relations with a married kusis, it's Isha's Ish.
I don't have it.
Okay, incredible.
And so I probably shouldn't embark on
now
the
we're
next
beginning to kind of fill this out a little bit. So what we see over here is
major
the
challenge of
severity
my
of
life,
Jewish men having relations
but
with
I
days in the Chashmonaim,
am going to
Nashkaz,
anyway.
other days in Nashka, either way, or Nashka, based on Nashkaz.
According to tradition, one should be 40 years old
says that
and
if I know
have had children before studying
catches a
Kabbalah.
Jewish man in the act, he's
And
permitted to go ahead and take his life.
as of right
The
now,
Gemara
neither
says,
of those
by the
things are
way,
true.
the Gemara says,
However,
somebody comes to ask
I feel
us
like I've waited long.
to do this. So Rashi says over here,
If you never have children, God forbid,
this is very interesting. So let's say again,
then
let's say Reuven.
why
is
should
having
I
relations with the
never
princess,
be able to
right?
study
And now what
Kabbalah?
happens? Shimon is a kanoi, right? He's got a bad.
I really feel like I'm just saying this into the
He's a
the
kanoi.
microphone,
And he shows
like
up in
the
Beis Din.
camera.
It's Beis Din.
That
Reuven is having relations with the Kusis. Can I kill him?
I say it with as much confidence as I've ever said anything in my entire life. I think I will be the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all time.
So I can't tell you again how incredibly dangerous this is. It has to be sure.
I wouldn't say it if I
He's
wasn't saying it were
a
true,
kosher. He's a kosher. And
or
he's
it
doing
would
this
be
for all
true.
right reasons. That's why the halacha
And it's
says-
going to take me a long time.
This halacha
because
we see now. You remember, we're going to learn this from Pinchas. That's where this comes from. But we don't
I really
pass
lack
down. We don't instruct people to do
any
this. So someone comes to me and
Kabbalistic
asks, he says,
No.
"Should I do this?"
But
Tell him,
I
"No,
shouldn't
no,
have
don't-
them.
don't do it."
I've done
Don't do
an
it.
excellent,
This is
excellent
unique
job of
halacha. If
avoiding
someone acts of their
any
own volition,
Kabbalistic
there's a
study.
criteria, they're not liable
Study
for.
Gemara,
Right? But the
study
nice thing is we
Chumash.
will never instruct someone to act.
I have stayed
So the
away
Gemara
from
says,
Kabbalah as
"If
much as I really
If somebody asks, right? Literally, somebody comes
But
to
I think
Beis
it's
Din,
time.
right? Shimon comes to Beis Din,
And so I may watch this video in the future, but it gets preserved somehow.
No, do not do it.
And
Not only that,
I'm going to work every single day for the rest of my life and study just something with Kabbalah, whether it's watching a documentary or a podcast or reading it, of course, or even just Kabbalah that I didn't know previously. I could do that for the rest of my life.
So that's
I'll beat everybody.
Story that gives rise to this
I'll
concept
beat
of Boel Aramis or Boel Kusis Kanoin poking ball. It's based on
Rabbi Sachs.
just to
I'll
show
beat
you what a dangerous thing this whole
Rabbi
thing is. Listen to this.
Feinstein. I'll beat the Vilna Gaon. I'll beat
And then
all the
Pinchas would have been liable for bloodshed.
Lubavitchers. I'll beat all the Breslov. It's not a competition
Furthermore, if Pinchas is trying to go and kill Kaz,
because I know I'm going to win.
Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas. Zimri would not be chayiv. Why not? Because Pinchas has the din of a rodev. So just see how fascinating this is. Even though the halacha says that a condition is with an aramis,
Then they all
but
did.
again,
You know, I remember
it's not part of the
I read
legal
this
system.
book.
It's halacha motion. You see that to the point
Well,
that the kanoi
so
has the din of a
at a
rodev.
time of my life, I was impassioned by already compiled is a better way to probably phrase it, but the largest rabbinical biography compilation in world history. No doubt. It's longer than the Talmud. It's an encyclopedia like compilation of simply rabbinical biographies. And only Orthodox rabbis more than half a decade ago, and I still have it. And I remember one of the things that I did with it was the most powerful rabbis, some of the most powerful rabbis in the world. I was before them, and we were talking about some of my studies related to my education, specifically my rabbinical education. And I said to them, you know, I've always been curious as to what the most common name, first name of a rabbi is. They looked at each other, and I had stumped them. I know I had stumped them. And so I pulled out of my breast pocket a chart that I had made. Because I had compiled rabbi going back to Aaron Rabbeinu. I mean, everybody. And I asked them, I remember asking them, so what do you think the answer is? And some of them said Moshe.
Second-born son, a second-born child, and Moshe is a third-born child. You see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people.
Perhaps.
So what does he do?
And I was very proud that, like, this was not a thing that was known within all of Judaism. Over
and if you say that she's
nobody had compiled this. There was no way to have done it. And using various resources, I took all the names of all of the rabbis, and it depends because I even told them that it depends how strict you're going to be on how you define a first name. Like, do they have to all be spelled exactly right? Or would Moshe and Moses be equivalent? Or would Abraham and Abraham be equivalent, or Yaakov and Jacob. And if you took all of the derivations of the major, well, of all of the names, every rabbi that whose life had ever been archived to any extent. I mean, we're talking about
then what happens? The pasuk says Pinchas
some
ben
famous
Elazar
individuals, but also
Isa asks the
just
Gemara,
individuals,
"Arba,
perhaps
what
in
did
a
Pinchas see? Amar Rav, Ra'a Ma'aseh v'Niskar Halacha."
small shadle
So everything else
Eastern
happening,
Europe at some
Pinchas
point.
remembered Halacha. Amar Lo, Achi Abi Abba, literally again, the brother of my grandfather. Remember again, Pinchas was the son of Elazar, the grandson of Aaron. So Moshe Rabbeinu was his great uncle. So brother of my father's father. Now you taught us, Moshe Rabbeinu, you taught us. You came down from
What would be the most popular name? And
Moshe, you taught us a halach, literally a halacha Moshe Sinai. You came down from halacha. If a man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, you're allowed to kill him. But so again, with all the qualifications, catch him in the act, everything else.
again, I'm perfectly imperfect,
But he said, the Igarta,
and
the one who reads the letter,
I just
he should give
misspoke.
message. In other words, Pinchas, you're the one who remembered the halacha, so therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out the sentence. Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel
I know I misspoke.
Pinchas
Okay,
says something different. Literally translated, there is no wisdom,
and I will
no
do
understanding,
this.
there is no counsel.
I'm perfectly
Neged
imperfect.
Hashem. Opposite Hashem. What does that
I
mean?
said shadle, I meant step.
So
Perhaps Shtetl. His wife wore a shadle. And I have a thing.
Pinchas acted on his own volition. Why? Because when is
I think it's something that everybody does. Is I use as I say this, I know that
So the Gemara says.
it will be funny what I just said.
So the Gemara,
Nobody's laughing. I'm somewhat embarrassed of it, but it will be very funny. And if you're like, you confuse shtetl and shadle, yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time, it perhaps won't be the last. I've done it before. And I'm okay with being imperfect, though I strive for perfection. So, as I was saying, I was with some of the most powerful rabbis in the world, and I pull up this chart after they gave all these incorrect answers. All of their answers are incorrect. And it was a bar graph and a pie chart. And I explained to them that if you use all the derivations of the most famous rabbis, everyone from the most famous rabbis, just rabbis who had just barely made an impact on society. I think I did it up until the 20th century, something like that. Not necessarily a timetable on it. I asked them, so who do you think it is? And they didn't know. And I said, it's
so what did Pinchas do? He got a spear. Now, Pinchas understood that he was outnumbered, right?
They looked at themselves and I handed them my chart and they were looking it over, and one of them said, that makes sense, that you'd have a father who
Now, so he took the tip of the spear, hit him
the
in his
name of
open,
Abraham,
and he used like the
Abraham,
shaft of the spear.
have a
as
child
walking
named
stick.
Esau, and that child might have another child who would be Yaakov. And then Yaakov wouldn't want to name
Why should
necessarily
Shevet Levi be any holier than Shimon? Now, what is that? You're
hailed
enjoying all this debauchery, this immorality.
after its
So
father,
why should
perhaps
Shevet Levi
in
lose out? I'm from Shevet Levi. Why should we enjoy life
Ashkenazi
any less than you? So they said, wow. Right?
tradition after
Right? Look at this.
himself,
Is here. And clearly
so
he's
he
here
might
to
name
satisfy his own needs as well.
him after his father who had died, who might be Esau. And then that child
because after all, again, now even the
would have the
holiest
option
of
of,
people,
perhaps, since we kind of surmise that Yitzhak was a important character in Jewish history, but also the fact that
so one would have thought that Zimri sees Pinchas just almost basic like
he sits in the middle between
one
Abraham
would have
and
thought that Zimri would
Yaakov,
stop.
that
Here,
of rabbis
crying out,
throughout
right?
Judaism, and no one else knows this except those rabbis, and like very few people know this. I have had to communicate this to everyone within Judaism. Anyway,
both their sexual organs.
and that name means
Another miracle.
hilarious, laughter. It can mean a lot of things, but
right?
and it makes me even ponder my own name, what my Hebrew name, and
doorway. Pinchas went out miraculously,
how
holding Zimri and Cosby on the spear.
perhaps someday I may integrate that name into. I have, in my own way, been like, without even recognizing it, discovered one of the great mysteries within all of Judaism. What is the most common name for a rabbi? That's like that's like a simple question to me, but no one knew the answer to it, and I did. So, with that being said, Kabbalah is next. Well, I should say, I want to be the great. I've said this previously. I want to be the greatest rabbinical biography scholar in the world. That is very important to me. I've said it in writing, I've said it publicly, but I'd also like to be the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all time. I've said at one point in my life, if I ever retire, I'd like to retire. But there's a lot to do before. So, with that being said, I'm going to do everything I can to study Kabbalah, at least a little bit every day until the day I die. And that's everything from Tree of Life to the 72 names of Shem to why Madonna wore that red string. I've been to the Kabbalistic Center, at least walked by it on Shabbat in Beverly Hills or Pico Rivera. And I'm going to become the greatest Kabbalistic sage in global history. And God willing, someday, I'll marry a woman. She'll wear a shadel. We'll live in perhaps in the Judengas. Perhaps many decades of the world. But I am going to be the greatest Kabbalistic scholar in global history.
That's reference to Aaron. Aaron, in the aftermath of the rebellion of Korach, stopped the plague with the Ketores. Incredible. So I just want to point out something amazing over here. What do you see? That what the Ribono Shalom cares about more than anything is that we look out for each other. Is that we advocate for one another. Motivated by a love for Klal Yisrael. Because he's literally acting in a chutzpah fashion towards the Shpach. It's pointing to Malachim already to like push him down. Shpach's leaving alone.
Really,
yeah, he's being a machutza. He's being a shtick of machutza. He's a little patch. But understand why he's doing it, because he loves Klal Yisrael. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the other Jews. When a Yid has such incredible Abbas Yisrael that he cares about his fellow Jews so much, he's willing to even take God to task for the mistreatment of Jews. Baruch Hu says, I'll take it. I'll take it. leave him alone. He is a kanoi, the son of a kanoi, just like Levi, and what he did for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. So I know Pinchas is doing what he's doing for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. You stick up for the dignity of another Jew. For another Jew. Shmuel says that you have no chance. Even if it's only a little bit of Kotzos. So the other tribes began discouraging Pinchas' household. He said, "Isim ben putis yesh pitin avi imo avgan la'avodas kochavim v'harag nasi mishevet Yisrael." So they started discouraging. Now remember, so Pinchas' mother was from Yisrael. From Yisrael. Rashi says here. Rashi says, "Avi imo Yisrael de'alazar avi Pinchas lakach mibenos Yisrael." So Pinchas' mother was one of the daughters of Yisrael from the family of Israel. So the tribe started discouraging Pinchas. So look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Avodah Zarah. And this guy, the grandson of a priest of Avodah Zarah, has this particular tribal prince. So the pasuk in Yid was Pinchas and Aaron. So therefore, again, the pasuk itself gives his youth as the same lesson. Be careful what you're talking about. Yes, grandfather of Israel, it's true. But he's also the grandson of Aaron. Moshe, Hakdim Moshe. Which probably says to Moshe, they knew literally again remember Hineni Yosef Obrisi Shalom. Hashem gives Pinchas the covenant of peace. So Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace of Shalom. Lachain and more, therefore go tell Pinchas, Hineni Nosim Loas Brisi Shalom. See, I give Pinchas the covenant of peace. Now, by the way, just as a side, it's quite fascinating. I don't know all the pshat. What's the pshat? It's a very basic level. It's important to understand that when a person takes life, even if it's important, it fundamentally changes who Shmuel says, I want the results to remain clear. I want to change his result. Give him the grace of shalom. Give him the grace of shalom. When a person has to take life, they live with that changes you. To take life changes you. Shmuel says, because you did this for me, I'm giving you the covenant of peace. Find peace in life, that you should find tranquility, that you should not have to live with the guilt of what because what you did was 100% correct, 100% warranted. And even though you know that, the trauma is still there. The Shmuel seeks to soothe the aching soul of Pinchas, giving him grace shalom. So that's Pinchas. You will have this kapara. Ultimately, again, you have this grace shalom. In your act, what you did for Klal Yisrael should be a kapara li'om. Isn't that it? The fact that Pinchas was willing to stand up and do that, which was the fact that Pinchas was there to defend and honor about Baruch Hu, that is a hus for many for Klal Yisrael for many generations. Amar Michael said, "Zarzum imo dala meos esim ba'arpus gemar." The pasuk is from Mishnah. Zarzir masnayim ot hayish umelech al kum imo. So what does this mean? So the Gemara says, David meos esim ba'arba bi'ilos ba'al also rasha osayim. So apparently, Zimri did not just have one act of relations with Cosby, but he had a lot of active relations. Literally, again, 400, right? David meos esim ba'arba, 424 active relations. Didn't have 425. It means that he engaged in a lot of immorality.
I've ever said anything.
And Pinchas waited until Zimri finished. Well, obviously not until he finished, because remember he had to still engaging. But what in Yodea, Shemalach al Kum Imo. The Masnis Atana, Shishim. Later for Zimri to have 60 acts of relations. Okay, so apparently again, so Zimri engaged in so many acts of immorality that his testicles shriveled up. Okay? Cosby was filled with Zera, Esau. Tanya Yosef, Kever Shala Amos. Again, whereas in hyperbolic, disparity was so rampant. What Zimri and Cosby did is they unleashed a tidal wave of immorality in the today, so they created this tidal wave of immorality all around them. Look, Cosby, Shvilanoi, Bas Tzurshma, Lamanik Rashma Cosby. So why do they call her Cosby? She had key relations with the head of the Jewish people. And she had relations with the tribal families. Cosby, Sha'amar La'aviyah, Cosby Amzeh. And Cosby was so much because she said to her father, Cosby, allow this people to be destroyed or by me. Rashi says over here, Kosbi, Shafut Osam Al Yazid. Let them be slaughtered. She let them give herself. She knew that it wasn't going to end well, but she was willing to give herself for the destruction of Klal Yisrael. Inchi being Kanani Shvilanoi. Literally, again, if you look between the reeds, right between the reeds in the swamp, Rashi says, being Kanani overnight. If you look in the secluded spaces, that's where you'll find Shvilanoi. Again, why do people go to secluded places? Because they want to engage in immoral acts. So if you want to find Shvilanoi, my bike. What is she doing there up there between the reeds? What does she do there? She literally prostitutes out her money. And she was like, it was so immoral that she passed this version of her. I'm going to open them. Kamisha Shemos Yeshua Zimri. They were, yeah, I'm sorry. Kamisha Shemos. 5 names were already written. Zimri, Ben Salo, Shaul, Ben Aknanis, Shlumiel, Ben Suri Shaddai. Zimri, why was he called Zimri? Ashnasa Beitza Kedetzim because of some of your acts of relations that is testicle. Okay. Ben Salo, Ashevisli Avonos Shal Mishpachto. Then ultimately, again, because so because the iniquities of his family is spoken about. Shaul Ashehisha Atfod Baradira. He really let himself out for sinful behavior. Ben Aknanis Asheasa Maisekinan. Called Ben Aknanis, right? Because he engaged in actions like Canaanite-like actions. Mashmo, what was actually his name? Shlumiel Ben Suri Shaddai Shimon. Incredible Shaddai. Let's just point out something really his actual name wasn't is Zimri, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right, Zimri was a descriptive name that represented multiple acts of immorality. So his real name was Shlumi Elben, which most of it sounds familiar because remember again, he's the Nasi of Shimon. We just read his name by Canada. It doesn't seem so long. Shlumi El means like Shlomi El. I create a sense of peace and spiritual tranquility and harmony with Hashem. And in other words, try to live my life in constant with Hashem. What do we all want? I want Shalom with Hashem. And as a result, Hashem is my rock. Hashem is my rock. So you're talking about a person's act of his heart, having a life of harmony and constant with Hashem. And as a result, and someone so holy could literally again drop to the depths of the grave, which is not how holy this person is, right? Like, it's one of those things that was done with it. Because otherwise, my faith is one of the quarrels, so things are beyond me.
5,700 years of artists. There was no way to have done it. And using various resources.
So you see this, what do I do with this? So you have to understand that everything you do now,
depends how strict you're going to be, how you define the first name. Like, do they have to always spell the exact name? Or would Moshe and Moses
enough bad small decisions sets me up for that moment when I have to make a really dramatic decision and make the wrong one. And then suddenly again, I descend to the depths of the grave. You don't usually go from Shlomiel Ben Suri Shaddai to Zimri in just a moment. There's a whole bunch of other things that happen along the way. But we're susceptible to sin. We're susceptible to failure. And that's why we're living life with that constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it? It's constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to protect me from making mistakes because we all make mistakes. But at least if I'm always aware of what direction I'm going on, put myself on like that, I can save myself from those steep falls. Right, we'll say, oh, wow, okay, Shkat, we'll stop over for today. Tremendous daf. Wishing everyone an incredible day. Look forward to seeing everyone. Kol Tov and Shkat. will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning. Should thank our annual Hanukkah sponsor for Custom Day 5785. Those who spoke about it. So we're dedicating all the Shulman treasures this year as is Kos and Abusaras titles for Am Yisrael. Atam Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Habad and Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakohen, memory of Mr. Williams, and Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and Herbert Rothman. He'll be sponsored for today, Adam Plunko, in memory of Moshe Ben Amram. Moshe Ben Amram, his right side is today on Zion Adar. Beautiful dedication. We have the opportunity and opportunity for beautiful Torah Kedoshim as we do. Merit of our time for all the Shem Savin Avino. All of those who are foolish and have one to give
As I say this,
and their holy
I know that
football Maaseh. Let's do that. Let us begin with the Daf ahead of us. Today's Daf is Daf Pei. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Test. Sorry, at the Gemara. On Ayin Test, number 79b. Just to orient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very interesting thing. A ROTHSCHILD, a murderer, who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally know who is who. So when the Kama said, everyone is Potter. Everyone is Potter. Comes on Rabbi says, no, what do? Kol says, also, keep on. We go ahead and, as Rashi points out, keep them on and allow their stomachs to explode. Essentially, kill them passively. Kill them passively, which the Gemara asks a very simple question. Manacheru, by the way, what exactly is the case of Reuben? You understand that there's Reuben, right? So you can't identify who Reuben is because you're able to identify him. Then Halach Lamaisi won't have this problem. But the Shiloh here is this group. So Ilay Ma'achir, Shirin. So if you tell me that we're talking about that Reuben gets mixed with regular other people. If that was the case of here, so Reuben is a Rothschild. He's going ahead and he's getting mixed in with other people who are just shitty, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's Reuben and who's less of the innocent. What are you going to do? What are your options over here? The options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, that's the only reason. But furthermore, again, let's analyze this. We're actually talking about a scenario of where one person is going to say everyone else is an innocent person. Is that you're going to say that under those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a keeper, you're going to put everyone together. Again, like it's in a jail cell or whatever, and then it's supposed to know that the majority of people in this group are innocent. Doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Rotzeach Shenis Arev Dachir? What is the case of the murderer who gets mixed thoroughly about Amishwal? About Rotzeach Shalom Nigmar Dino Shenis Arev Veloskim Acherim Shenigmar Dino Askim. Okay, so here's the case. The case is Reuben. Right? Reuben is an individual who is Rotzeach, a murderer, a Shalom Nigmar Dino. Nigmar Dino means that his judgment is not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? I should say it wasn't completed. So Beis Din knew how they were going to rule about this particular case. Beis Din knew that they were going to find him guilty, but Beis Din did not get allowed to actually issue the verdict itself. Right? Let's say, by the way, Section 8 allows us, remember we saw this early on in the section, and in the capital case, if Beis Din is going to condemn someone, as well as the halacha, he couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember what did you have? You had to sleep on it. So you can very easily have a case where it's clear that Beis Din was going to convict him. They was going to convict him, but they didn't get around to issuing his judgment. And what happens? He escapes. He escapes. And he gets mixed up in a group of other individuals So Ruvain himself is the guy whose judgment was not yet solidified. He gets mixed into a group of other murderers whose judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that we don't know who's who. So what do we do in this kind of scenario? So watch this. Rabbanan Savri in Goldman Dino Shah Adon Al Banav Hilchach Uvan Keturi. So the Rabbanan hold up. You cannot go ahead and pass a finalized verdict on someone unless of course they are present in court.
Without any mysteries that there's all of Judaism.
So because the defendant
What is the most common name for a rabbi? That's like a simple question that people don't do.
ask the
The answer to it.
so because if you can't execute, remember,
I should say, I want to be the greatest. I said this
number one, moving down a
I want to be the greatest.
therefore you can't pass the verdict in extension. Number two, you don't know who moving out again. So you know everyone in this group, by the way, crazy parties, everyone in this group is murder.
But I also like to be
Everyone's been murder, right? So everyone else besides Ruvain already has a verdict passed against them. Ruvain didn't yet have a finalized verdict. We can't pass the verdict in an extension. So the problem is we're stuck. We're stuck. So therefore the Tanakh says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free.
That being said, I'm going to do everything I can.
But Yehuda, even though it's that really says no. No. You cannot allow everyone
Tree of life,
for one simple reason. What do we know about the
72
Sabbath?
names.
What do we know about them?
Shem,
They're all killers. They're all murderers. So we are not good. On the other hand, you can't actively execute them. Why not?
I've been to
Why not? That was enough. Remember, according to me, that even Reuben, right, who did not have his verdict passed against him, that's a technicality. They didn't get a chance to pronounce the verdict in place of Reuben. But when I say it's not that there's a suffix about his status, that we know how things will go to rule. So you would free. So you would given the roads to you. So you said this. Let everybody go free. You can't do that because the murderers. Therefore, what do we do? We go ahead and we put them in enclosure, essentially incarcerate them, feed them barley, and their stomachs will explode. So kill them passively. So it's like, so this is the first interpretation of the Mishnah. What it comes down to is the inability to pass a verdict in extension. So the Rabbanan said because he can't pass the verdict,
excuse me?
therefore again you have
What you're interviewing about? Oh, about all kinds of things. What's your name?
Beatrice
Rubel. Oh, I'm Billy. How are you? Name a Christmas song that doesn't exist.
I understand you can't pass the verdict.
Christmas tomorrow. There you go. Yes. Thank you. Yes, beautiful song. Christmas tomorrow.
Good luck.
Gonna see the tree again.
Possibly.
Boxes underneath. Children all around me. And lots of boxes all around the Christmas tree. Goodbye. Christmas tomorrow. What a day it will be. Frosty the snowman. And
everyone agrees that the verdict cannot be passed in extension. Right? And the lack of a gemar din, by definition, means also, in halacha, is either one of two states. You're either chayiv or you're potter. You do no things for inflations, right? There's no power is only in the kitchen. There's no other place in life where there's power. So therefore, again, and we've always said like this: the lack of a and Ruvain getting mixed in with the whole Hebra. And Ruvain doesn't have the margin. Everyone else has.
As I watched my previous video, and I've watched previous videos, I'm the one who recognizes when I do things incorrect. And I think that in Hashem's divine plan that there are reasons why I make mistakes the way that I do. a lot of them are simple mistakes. And perhaps it's so people find that in their own lives, the mistakes that they make are made by everyone. Compilation of data that I want the whole world to recognize that we're all not that different. We're 99.9% all the same DNA, no matter where you are. And I think the two most distantly related people anywhere in the world are still something like around like 26-degree cousins or something like that. It's not that wild that we're all much more related than we are, no matter what your background is. As I watched the previous video that I had, I get it, I think everybody does, and I do so publicly. But I recognize that it's part of life. And as you can probably tell, my Yiddish isn't what I want it to be, but that's another thing. I think I would be one of the great
gets mixed in with the rest of the group that did have a Gemardin. You have an innocent shar mixed in
linguists
with a
of
group of guilty shvarim, and there's only
Yiddish, and one of the great
so go ahead and exonerate the entire group.
pillars of Yiddishkeit.
Okay, so the Gemara says.
In
So the Gemara said
global history. I mean, I'm hard on myself. Like, oh, I used word association with two words. And it happens. I mean, the Yiddish to which I was exposed for my life has been limited.
Doesn't change the fact that all of them back and therefore you can't collect
But it still exists.
and kill them passive.
And my family, even going back to when I was a little child, used Yiddish. And we used other languages as well, but Yiddish was one of them that we used, and the more I'm exposed to it, the more important it becomes to me. And one day I'd like to speak primarily Yiddish. And I really look at my life and think, wow, of a normal person from where I am, really about at halftime, folks. So this might be my own halftime speech that I'm giving myself, that I really need to improve in all my languages. English, certainly Hebrew, certainly Yiddish, certainly Aramaic, in my reading proficiency, my speaking proficiency, and my writing proficiency. I would really like to be able to get Rashi script down. I would like to be a sofer of my own Torah. That's something, it's one of the 613 mitzvot, and I would like to be able to daven not just in Ashkenazi, but also Sephardic, and perhaps other Hebrew derivations as well. I want to learn everything. I want to know everything, and that's okay. Like, I can at least try. I need to work harder, though. These live streams take up a lot of my life, and I haven't been able to study as much as I once did, or attend classes as much as I once did. I was once, I really mean this, the most active participant in the entire world prior to the pandemic, in all of Yiddishkeit, in all of Judaism. We're not supposed to count, but I was pretty done to 6 straight days of shul attendance. You're not supposed to count, but nobody was beating me.
You have two people standing together,
and
right? Standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot.
We're not supposed to count, but I was close to 6, close to triple digits in continuous Shabbat attendance and supposed to count.
But I don't know who the arrow emanated from.
And I absolutely do everything I can to never miss a Gemara class. And
Rabbi Yossi says, even if one of the two guys was
none of my peers were there.
It
was just really a bunch of, because younger people had families and they were doing things, and I understand that. My
nevertheless, even if one of the people is
rabbinic education is, that's okay. I don't think I would really want any other way.
Therefore, by definition, we have no choice.
I kind of feel like,
I will say, this is all part of the same.
Well, I was talking in a previous video about how I was reading the book, and then I went into, I'm the greatest rabbinical biography scholar of all time, and I'm not yet, but I think about this, and okay, I at times in my life have been I feel, and maybe I'm not supposed to like rank this stuff, but the Rebbetzin notes, y'all are gonna say no. Go on and tell them. I was, and perhaps still am in my heart, the most dedicated Jew on earth. And my shul attendance and my class attendance and I attended shul. In a more dedicated fashion than anyone I've ever known.
The logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital day, we have no choice but to pass it to everyone. There's also something else that's interesting. The Mishnah says, do not believe in yourself in the day until the day that you die. Because the first that's to be easy.
I can tell you that I have been extremely diligent at times in my life. Other times, I've shared my life or whatever, but
sometimes like you see a particular Avera and you're like, oh, I would never do that.
I do everything that I can to just absorb Judaism in a lot of ways. I'm imperfect, but I do it more than
means that man is somewhere somehow a natural proclivity.
Alright, well, I was reading this book when I was
if you didn't have a proclivity to do it, wouldn't have to ask. One of the two guys, even Abba Khalafta is not incapable of shooting an arrow and killing someone. It's
rabbinical.
Because sometimes we become a little bit that we would quote unquote.
I read the biography of and did this stop my video?
I would never do, but I would never.
I think my video is still going.
It's I dug deep. Right then, I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves kind of trespassing lines that we never thought.
Is this still going?
And the more on
I think so. Anyway,
I
mean, I don't know everything about Ram.
We are, and the more honest we are that the truth is given the opportunity.
Like at one time, I read this book.
The more real we are about
Sometimes I read books when I really want to get into them. I read them aloud to myself. And I can tell you, when I do that, I've read many books written by rabbis, and I find their errors. I did it in one book to an colleague, and I said there are 3 errors in this book, and I know exactly where they are.
Even if one of the guys is not
And
he'd say, of course,
he's like, oh really? I'm like, yeah. And I showed it to him. My rabbit's eyes right there. And I showed him the first one. He's like, okay. He's like a spelling error. Second one was like the grammar. And the third was a continuity error where the rabbi had a paragraph in the right spot, and it made it to a very keen reader. The text would be incorrect. I mean, I can tell you on the Chabad website, I have pointed out. I don't know if they're done on purpose or not, but I've asked rabbinical colleagues who aren't just rabbis, but they're lawyers as well, and they said to me, I pointed out these errors on the Chabad website. It still exists to this day, last I checked. The person who wrote that page wasn't a lawyer. Like, and
but is that true? Is that true? If you have,
it's a really, 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 really important page, and it makes me want to email Chabad about it, but I'll make them work. But it's super important. It's like the most important page, in my opinion. Like it's or some kind of issue. There's an issue. We'll just say that. Anyway, to use the same diligence that I had read that previous rabbi. It was like the time I read a book right after that. And there were so many errors in this book, I couldn't even keep track. I was like, oh, would I for somebody to look over? I mean, there were too many errors. This small errors, but to count. And it made me realize, like, even the best rabbis who have like publishing houses and editors, They make mistakes. If they make mistakes, everybody makes mistakes. And
let's say again the offspring of the cow. Let's say in the case of the offspring. Let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows.
I read other books, and some of them are very good. I've read books written by rabbis, and they're
then in that case again we put all of the sucked cows into a
pretty close to as perfect as I can make them. But they're few and far between. I recognize most every rabbi is making mistakes, and even those rabbis, I know things that they've done, and they are far from perfect, far from perfect. So I recognize we're all imperfect. All right. Well, I was reading this one book on Rabbi, and I was not reading this book. I actually read this book, and I made a chart of all the words that I didn't know. And since Rambam was from Spain, he was born in Cordoba. I remember, I haven't delved into his life in a long time, but I remember a lot about him. And he's very important to me. Rambam is really important to me, and he should be really important to you as well. He wasn't just a rabbi. He was a doctor. He was a scholar. He was an incredibly talented man, and he's an inspiration to me. I want to be a doctor myself. I want to be a cardiologist. I want to be a gynecologist. I want to be an orthopedic surgeon, at least have that knowledge. I want to know everything there is in the world. It's just a passion of mine. And I know the future with some type of brain-computer interface or mind deployment or something. But as of right now, that's a lot of work. But I know, I can't be too hard on myself. My shul attendance, when under normal circumstances, it's like my Discord usage. It's not the number 1%. It's not the 0.01. It's not the 0.1%. It's 0.01%. I bet if I could get statistics, who does more Discord than I do? Who does more YouTube than I? If I can do something, I want to be the absolute best in it. It's like why do it if you're not going to be the best? And my class attendance was top 1%. So much class attendance. Gemara class attendance.
Then the cow became pregnant and gave birth.
Chavrusa attendance.
So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more.
Everything.
Let's talk about
I really feel like I in my own way, under normal circumstances, I keep kosher better than anybody on earth.
Or for that matter, again, a cow that was sodomized.
I practice
either way, the mother is
Shomer Nagi. Yeah.
The mother has a change of status.
Under normal circumstances, is better than anybody on earth.
So saying this, the mother, let's go with the Gordon case. Right, the mother went ahead and Gordon.
At least I try. Maybe there's somebody out there who can try to hold a candle to me, but I'll go up against any rabbi in the world right now, and if we were put under the same circumstances, I'm smoking all of them. So anyway, Rambam is an inspiration to me, but really perhaps as much as Rambam is Rabbi Akiva. And what gives me a lot of
should have a talk. How these things work. Well, we'll schedule a different year, right?
a lot of
Right. Obviously,
there's a
in
word for
order
which
for
I'm
the
looking.
mother, right? In order for
This
the
is
mother
hard to
to
do
become
on camera.
pregnant, in order for the mother
All
to
the
become pregnant,
computers
again,
going
there
and
has to
all
be
other
a
things.
father.
It gives
There has
me
to
a
be
lot of
father, right? So the Maisa now, the
comfort.
assumption over here is
There's another word I
that
want.
the
The comfort
father
words.
is an innocent party,
Is that Rabbi
which means
Akiva
that in this
did not
child,
start
there's two forces.
his
There's a mother who's
Hebraic
guilty, and there's a
journey,
father who's innocent. So in halacha, we forces creating one product. So let's say this is the assumption that what? That the status
education,
of the child
until he was
is automatically
40 years old.
by who?
And so here
By
I
the
can
mother.
say, no,
This
if
is
you just,
totally mutter.
at least
So
of the
here, this whole
diaspora,
thing makes sense.
I would say I know Hebrew better than
Right? Then when you, even though you have two
of the
forces,
diaspora,
Goren means causations, right? You have two causes. A mother cause, a father
at
cause.
least 50, even probably closer to 90% of Jews, maybe 95% of Jews, in some ways, Ladino,
contributing forces,
Aramaic,
right?
like,
Right. In order, right?
I'm in the top
forces,
majority
again,
of all
is culpable,
of all Jews that study
liability is
this,
passed down to the
and I've just
offspring.
gotten
This
started.
whole thing makes sense.
I had to manage all these other things of my life.
Nowadays, we'll say,
I haven't been able to focus on these things. I never grew up
there is another
in
school of thought. The other school of thought
Israeli
is what? When you have two
I've
contributing
never grown up
forces,
in an Israeli
one of
city,
them
so
is innocent,
I
one
had
of
to
them
make
is
Israel
guilty,
wherever
one
I
of them is
am,
guilty,
and I
then
continue to make it wherever I go.
the offspring,
So
bears
Rabbi
the guilt
Akiva
of the guilty contributing
was
force.
40 years old
What is there to say?
when he began his undertaking.
Look at Rashi. Michael Neymar. Rashi
I'm
says,
in a really good spot.
So let's say, so again, if
Hashem
you hold, so this whole thing
guides
makes
me
sense. If you hold Zeb and
so that I
say,
can
go right,
achieve
why should the offspring
both
automatically
as
be usher?
a rabbi
To which the
and
Gemara
a
says,
person.
Allah Ravina is very interesting. Ravina says, Imo, if Ad Shalom Nigmar Dina, Ad Shalom Nigmar Dina Ibra,
Fuck. It didn't save.
Vlada Asar, Ubar Yarachimo. Gemara says, you're right. Right.
Fuck.
If the verdict has not
I mean,
yet
it saved on all that
passed,
other shit.
right, and what? Ad Shalom Nigmar Dina, Ibra Biyalda. So if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mother. Now listen, now this is in line with the idea, a very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After Gemara since already committed the act of glory. But again, you're not liable until the mother born, then became pregnant, gave birth, all before the Gemara din. So again, the offspring is totally mutter. Absolutely no
Didn't
problem.
neither?
But let's say again, goring, right, pregnant, Gemara din, birth. In that case, the halacha is vlada aser. In that case, ultimately, again, the offspring is going to be aser. But what about Zeb and Goren Mutter? Very different over here. Ubar Yerech Imo. Let's say there's another piece here. What's the other piece? A fetus is considered to be
Real?
It's considered to be an appendage of
Low
the
device
mother.
storage. No.
And when the Gemara din is passed, so that Gemara din devolves upon the entirety of the mother. The Uber is reckoned as literally, again, Yerech literally means like a thigh, like a leg of the mother. Right? So the fetus is considered to be a leg of the mother, and therefore halacha l'maisa is going to share in that come out over here, which is first of all number one. In a case, let's just go through these cases very quickly. In a case where halacha l'maisa you have a murderer who got mixed in, right? Let's say, like we saw in Rabbi Abo, right?
Just crash and it lose my
So what do you do in that case?
thing?
Right? So let's say Ruben was accused of murder, and it's to literally pass in on his verdict, and he gets mixed in with the whole chevra of act
Well,
murderers.
fuck.
So what's the halacha? So it's like, we pass in that you cannot pass a verdict in absentia. At least for now, that's how we're passing in. Right? You can't pass a verdict in absentia, and therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that chevra is exonerate all of them. So that is indeed we end up asking really like.
Well, that sucks.
Really like Radiavo. Okay, fine. So we'll say without the cases we'll leave for now. Let's go back there. So we'll say the next part of the Mishnah.
I mean, it should be saved on there.
Let's say so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone who may be guilty but is The next case in the Mishnah was as follows. It says different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get
Dude,
each death
I'll get
penalty.
it from that.
So what's
Bitch.
the halacha? What's very simple halacha. What do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire chevra. Now, what was our problem? The machlokas, which is considered to be a more chamor or a more lenient form of
Where
death.
is it?
Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara makes an interesting observation. The Gemara says, Shema Midah, what you see
It's
from
not
here
there,
is,
big dog.
the sense thing about this is, no one is disagreeing principle, right? So if you have convicted murderers, all right, who get mixed in with each other, but yet they have different misos based and different verdicts, everyone agrees with the principle that you can execute them all, right, using the most
Media
lenient
not
form of death
uploaded.
penalty. So what's interesting about this is as follows. In order to go and put someone to death, what do you need? Hasra. The hasra usually includes the very form of death with which you're going to execute a person. So how can you give someone a lesser death penalty when ultimately you didn't give them hasra for that death penalty? So you see a very important yisod.
Well,
Hasra for something.
guess what? That's why I create extras.
By definition, works to administer something more lenient. The way it works. So, in other words, once you receive hasra for a more common death penalty, that automatically makes you warrant for a lesser death penalty. Rabbi stam. Interestingly, Rabbi says maybe the case over here is where they said it is liable to the death penalty, but what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting. Because the high kanahu, and this reflects the following view: the sanya ushar chadimi so shebatora in the misin ose elevator. General Bozai the halacha is for any chadimisos, right? For any death penalties in the Torah. And Rashi points out that it's actually right across in Rashi, shar chadimisos chutz mimesis shelazar chasra. Rachmana amar lo sak malos chasra. So we actually see this. Like Mesis, that's the one who incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. He is the exception to the entire rule. Everyone else needs hasra. A Mesis does not require hasra. So interestingly, everyone else, Shar Chavim, Social Torah, Ein Mamisin Osen Eloveiva. So number one, you can only adjudicate their case in the days of 23. That's number one. Number two, Ve'edin. This is based on one, or I should say, Misa is based on one. In order to execute someone, number one, they have to be judged in the days of 23 Sanhedrin Katan. Number two, there has to be Eidim. Number three, there has to be Asra. Rabbi say now, Ta'ad Shiodiu Shu Chayin Misas based. And Tanakama holds. Furthermore, so what do they even have to say? You can just say, Ruvain, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by this. It's interesting. They don't have to say what type of misas based, but they just have to say misas based. You just say no, but you don't have actually the Be'eza miso who this is not true. Not true. It's not enough just to say generically you're going to be put to death by reason of misas based in Ruben is going to be liable to. So we'll say, now listen to this. So what's the point of contention here? So we'll say, by the way, this is, as what Abdullah says, all we even have to say is, Ruben, if you do this death penalty. So the Gemara says, Tanakama yelled in Makoshish. So Tanakama learns this back to Makoshish. What happened to him? Who's Makoshish? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. Now let's say, remember again, what happened to Makoshish? They put him in jail because they did not know what to do. We saw yesterday now. They knew that he was going to be put to death.
Say, by our 30s. Yo, babies, I just spoke for 40 minutes and my videos didn't upload. But because I'm so sick, I think I'm going to be able to get some of the archives. It's like I'll get everything. Anyway, so you're going to see what I was going to upload. I'm trying to think anything else that I did include. Perfectly imperfect, I guess. Yo, babies, I just
How do you not change? How do you not surrender?
I have to say, I do our 30s and hello to our 40s. And this is a really great opportunity for me. I really just what I wanted in my 30s. I thought when I was a child, adolescents are always figuring me. And then I thought maybe I could be a billionaire by 40. That's really good. But I really think that that could happen by the time and I think I could be I think that's something we should do. Yeah, that's what Rabbi, the person, their one way, maybe the poorest person to time become the wealthiest person. Really matter to me is happiness. And I recall my mother saying, quoting Oprah Winfrey, money doesn't buy happiness, but it helps. And I'd like to see that. Money would be able to bring, even though I live a comfortable life now, I'd like to be able to explore more. That said, another thing, even more important than money, far more important than money, that there might be a chance that I might have a family right now. I was anticipating prior to building this. And they don't. And I'm okay with that. You were to ask any of my friends when I was young, I don't want to get married until I'm well established, and I don't care that even if you talk like that. And I just knew the battle I would be facing until I could absolutely know that I had secure generation of wealth for as long as is necessary. And I don't have that. And so I probably should embark on the next challenge of my life when I am going to anyway. According to tradition, you should be 40 years old and have had children before studying Kabbalah. And as of right now, I haven't those things for sure. However, I feel like if I never have children, God forbid, why should I never be able to study Kabbalah? I really feel like I'm just saying this into the camera. I say it with as much confidence as I've ever said anything in my entire life. I think I would be the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all. And I really think that. I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it were true, or it would be true. And it's going to take me a long time because I really lack any and all Kabbalistic knowledge. But I should have any Kabbalistic study. Study Gemara, study Chumash, as much as I really could. But I think it's time. And so I may watch this video in the future, midterm somehow, and just something with Kabbalah, whether it's watching a documentary or podcast, reading about the course, or even just learning one new thing about Kabbalah that I didn't know previously. If I could do that for the rest of my life, I'll meet everybody. I'll do Rabbi Sacks. I'll meet Rabbi Feinstein. I'll meet Rabbi Miller. I'll meet the ROTHSCHILD. I'll meet the I'll meet all the Lubavitchers. I'll meet all the Breslows. It's not a competition. Because I know I'm going to win. But I know far less than all of them than they all did. So, out of kind of melancholy and passion by rabbinical biographies, and I have already compiled information in words. No doubt. It's longer than an encyclopedia like compilation of simply rabbinical biographies. And only Orthodox rabbis. And I did this more than half a decade ago. And I still have it. And I remember one of the things that I did with it was there's some extreme, the most powerful rabbis, some of the most powerful rabbis I was, and about some of my studies related to my education, specifically my medical education. And I said to them, I've always been curious as to what the most common is. They looked at each other, and so I pulled out of my breast pocket a chart that I had made, because I had compiled essentially every rabbi going back to Rabbi, everybody. And I asked them, I remember asking them, so what do you think the answer is? And some of them were, some emotional. Perhaps. And I was very proud that, this was not a thing that was known within all of, at that time, 5,700 years of our history, no way to have done it. And using various resources, I took all the names of all of the rabbis. And it depends, because I even told them to find a first name. Do they have to always spell exactly right? Or would Moshe and Moses be, or would Abraham and Abraham be the equivalent? Or Yaakov and Jacob? And if you took all of the derivations of the major, all of the names of every rabbi that whose life had ever been archived to any extent, we're talking about some famous individuals, but also just individuals, perhaps in a small shade of Eastern Europe at some point. What would be the most popular name? And I just misspoke. I know I misspoke. Okay. I will do this. I'm perfectly imperfect. I said Sheva, I meant Shem. Perhaps the rabbi we're referencing of a small shtetl, his wife, or Sheva. And I haven't because I think it's something that everybody knows. Is I use word association. I confuse words. And as I say this, I know that it will be funny what I just said. It will be very funny. And if you're like, you confuse shtetl and Sheva, yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. Some of the most powerful rabbis in the world. And I pulled up this chart after they gave all these incorrect answers. And it's a bar graph and a pie chart. And I explained to them that use all the derivations of rabbis, just rabbis who had just barely made an impact on society. I think I did it up until the 20th century. I think it was something like that. I had a timetable. Ashkenazi tradition after himself, so he might name him after his father, but have the option of perhaps naming their child anything they want. But it just came down to the fact that since we kind of surmising he was a important character in Jewish history, but also the fact that he sits in the middle between Abraham and Yaakov, that became a very common rabbi throughout Judaism, and no one else knows this except those rabbis. Like very few people. I have had to communicate this to everyone. No one knew this before. Right? So, and that name is hilarious. It makes me even ponder my own name. What my own name, and how perhaps someday I may integrate that name into it somehow. Perhaps. But anyway, I have, in my own way, met my without even recognizing it. Discovered one of the great mysteries within all of Judaism. What is the most common name? That's like a simple question that they wouldn't know and knew the answer to it, and I did. So, with that being said, Kabbalah is next. Well, I should say, I want to be the great, I've said this previously, I want to be the greatest rabbinical biography scholar. That is very important. I've said it in writing, I've said it publicly, but I'd also like to be the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all time. I've said that at one point in my life, if I ever retire, I'd like to retire as father and live a life of mystic. But there's a lot to do before that. So, with that being said, I'm going to do everything I can to study at least a little bit every day. And that's everything from the Tree of Life to the 72 names of Shem to I've been to the Kabbalistic Center on Shabbat in Beverly Hills. I'm going to become the greatest Kabbalistic sage in global history. Because someday I'll marry a woman. She'll wear a shade. We'll live in our shtetl. Perhaps in the Jewish gods. Perhaps many shtetls. But I'm going to be the greatest Kabbalistic scholar in global history. I mean it. Well, Thunder.
Specifically, that's meditation. And I said to them, I've always been curious as to what the most common name first name other in some of them have their I watched my previous video and I've watched previous videos. As I watched my previous video and I've watched previous videos, I'm the one who recognizes when I do things incorrectly. And I think mistakes. I really do. Because a lot of them are simple mistakes. And perhaps it's some people find that are made by everyone. I say this when I talk about my story, whatever you call this compilation thing, that I want the whole world to recognize that we're nothing different. We're 99.9% all the same human, no matter where you are. And I think that to most, there's still something like around. It's not that wild that we're much more related than we are, no matter what your background is. As I watched the previous video that I had, I think everybody does, and I do so publicly. But I recognize that it's part of life, and as you can probably tell, my Yiddish isn't what I want it to be. But that's another thing. I think I'm the great linguists of Yiddish and one of the great Phillips of Yiddishkeit. And myself, like, I used word association with two words. And I mean, the Yiddish to which I was exposed for my life has been lived. And my family, even going back to when I was a little child, used Yiddish. And we used other languages as well, Yiddish that we use. And the more Yiddish, and I really look at my life and think, wow, I'm a normal person from where I am. Leave out that halftime, folks. So this might be my own halftime speech I've given myself that I really need to improve in all my languages. English, certainly Hebrew, certainly Yiddish, certainly Aramaic, and my reading proficiency, my speaking proficiency, and my writing proficiency. Rashi script down. I would like to be a sofer of my own Torah. That's something, it's one of the 613 mitzvot. And I would like to be able to dial in not just an Ashkenazi, but also Sephardic, and perhaps
Students take up a lot of my life. I haven't been able to study as much as I once did, or take classes as much as I once did. I was once, I really mean this, the most active participant in the entire world prior to the pandemic, in all of Yiddishkeit, in all of Judaism. We're not supposed to count, but I was pretty darn near 666 straight days of shul attendance. You're not supposed to count, but nobody was beating me. And we're not supposed to count, but I was close to close to triple digits in continuous Shabbat attendance, and perhaps over. We're not supposed to count. And I never miss a Chumash class. Absolutely do everything I can to never miss a Gemara class. And none of my peers were there. It was just really much generally. Because younger people had families and they were doing things, and I understand that. Education has been weak. That's okay. I don't think I would really want any other way. I kind of feel like, well, I was talking in the previous video about how I was reading a book and then I went into I'm the greatest rabbinical biography scholar of all time, and I'm not yet, but I think about this and I'm like, okay, I at times in my life have been I feel, and maybe I'm not supposed to like rate this stuff, but the Rabbi's notes, you all are gonna say, no, go on and tell them. I was, and perhaps still am in my heart, the most dedicated Jew on earth. In my shul attendance and my class attendance and I want to say I attended shul more in a more dedicated fashion than anything I'd ever done. I can tell you that I have been extremely diligent at times. Other times, no, I've been extremely my life or whatever, but I do everything that I can to just absorb Judaism as much as possible. In a lot of ways, I'm not that perfect, but I do. I like one of the things that inspired me to become rabbinical biography scholar. And I read the biography of
stop my video. I think my video is still going. Press close. Is this still going? I think so. Anyway, I mean, I don't know everything about Rambam, but like at one time I read this book. Sometimes I read books when I really want to get into it. I read them aloud to myself. And I can tell you, when I do that, I've read many books written by rabbis, and I find that they're errors, they're grammar errors, stuff errors, they're continuity errors. I did it in one book. I gave it to a rabbinical colleague, and I said, there are 3 errors in this book. And I know exactly where they are. And he's like, oh, really? Yeah. I showed it to my reference was right there. And I showed him the first one. He said, okay, like a spell there. The second one was like the grammar errors. The third was a continuity error where the rabbi had not had a paragraph of lines, and it made it to a very key reader. The text can be correct. I mean, I can tell you on the Chabad website, I have pointed out, I don't know if they're done on purpose or not, but I've asked rabbinical colleagues who are just rabbis but they're lawyers as well, and they've said to me, I pointed out these errors on the Chabad website. Still exists to this day. Last I checked, the person who wrote that page wasn't a lawyer. Like, yeah. It's a really, really, really important page, and it makes me want to email Chabad about it. But it's super important. It's like the most important page in my opinion. It's so important. And there's an error on it, or an inconsistency, or some kind of issue. There's an issue. We'll just say that. Anyway, I read this other rabbi's book one time that I wanted to use the same diligence that I read the previous rabbi. It was like the time I read the book right after. And there were so many errors in this book. I couldn't even keep track. I was like, oh, this is going to go and give this newspaper somebody here to look over. I mean, there were too many errors. There's small errors, but to count. And it made me realize, like, even the master rabbis who have publishing houses and editors, they make mistakes. If they make mistakes, they have to make mistakes. And I read other books, and some of them are very good. I've read books written by rabbis, and they're pretty close to as perfect as I can be. But they're few and far between. I recognize most rabbis make mistakes, and even those rabbis, I know things that they've done, and they are far from perfect. Far from. So I recognize we're all in perfect. Alright, well, I was reading this one book. I was not reading this book. I actually read this book, and I made a chart of all the words that I did. And since Rambam was from Spain, he was born in Cordoba, and like his mother died during childbirth. Like I remember, I haven't like delved into his life in a long time, but I remember a lot about it. And I remember a lot. He's very important to me. Rambam is really important to me. He should be really important to me. He wasn't just a rabbi. He was a doctor. He was a scholar. He was an incredibly talented man, and he's an inspiration to me. I want to be just a rabbi. I want to be as much as I can be. I want to be a doctor myself. I want to be a cardiologist. I want to be a gynecologist. I want to be an orthopedic surgeon at least have that knowledge. I want to know everything there is. Just a passion. And I know perhaps this might be helped out in the future with some type of brain computer interface, kind of clothing or something. But as of right now, that's a lot of work. But I know, like, I can't be too hard on myself. My shul attendance, top, when under normal circumstances, it's like my Discord usage. Not point. It's not the number 1%. It's not the 0.01. It's not the 0.1%. It's 0.01%. I bet if I could get statistics on who does more Discord than I do, who does more YouTube than I do. Like, if I can do the best in it, it's like why do it if you're not going to be the best? And my class attendance was top 1%. My covers attendance, everything. I really feel like in my own way, under normal circumstances, I keep kosher better than anybody. I practice shomer nekiah under normal circumstances better than anybody other. At least I try. Maybe there's somebody out there who can try to hold a candle to me, but I'll go up against any rabbi in the world right now. And if we were put under the same circumstances, I'm smooth. So anyway, Rambam is an inspiration to me, but really perhaps as much as Rambam is Rabbi Akiva. And
No way.
what gives me a lot of I just spoke for 40 minutes and kind of feel like this is when I do things incorrectly. I watched previous videos. As I watch my
Dog, that's incredible.
with each other. I'm messing. I think it's time to go myself. Damn. Okay, don't I get you? Over 30, clearly don't have kids. You know, it's a weird vibe. If you're over 25 and hopefully you take enough drugs, you go one time, and you reflect on your life, like, oh, I gotta grow up, right? I have to grow up. If you're at a place where there's no currency, the currency's backgrounds, and hey man, if you're over 25, hey man, what do a lot? I'm with you on that too. Why would you drive up to? That's a good point. He takes Jason Phillips trips. He's not being great maternity. He's not sure that says King on it. He's selling for a fake contest. Okay. Is that someone with maturity? I disagree with the point. Go to Burning Man. You don't want to go to Burning Man. I'm going to be 50 years old at Burning Man. Yeah, I think it's fine to go if you're old. Why not? Can't do what the hell. I probably won't go to Burning Man just because I want to be able to do it. So that's why I want to do it. Okay, here we go. Hazard has dropped another preview of content. Sizzle reel. I haven't seen this yet, but the first bit of it, I was like, oh, we gotta watch the show. It's a lot of mishaps. Trying to be a high school. Oh, Miss Pac-Man was way better than Pac-Man. Oh, what are we talking? She's bigger. She's bigger, right? Oh, yeah. Dude, just more stuff going on. I love to see the video game one there where it's a, put it on your head, and also they keep your house on. Just gonna take this head. No, I can't. See, you look at this, it's your whole house. Yeah, it's your whole house.
Cosby Show, Season 4, Episode 23. This is my future wife. This is our song. Is it? Nah, no, actually, it's not. This is just a song for her. Can you do it without lyrics? I think so. Hey, no one gives a shit about your laser right now, okay? We're talking about my future wife, you. Okay, well, cool story, bro. Can you do it? Like the back of my hand. Hey, childhood sweetheart. We were always hand in hand. I wore high top shoes and shirt tails. Susie was in pigtails. I knew I'd love her even then. You know my papa disapproved it. My mama boo-hooed it. But I told him time and time again. Don't you know I was made to love by the world all around her? Yeah. Hey. She's been my inspiration, shown appreciation for the love I gave her through the years. Lives of tenderly, my life grew sweeter through the years. I know that my baby loves me, my baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. I was made to love her, worship her, all through thick and thin. My love just went in, but I love my baby, love my baby. My baby loves it. My baby needs me, and I know I ain't going nowhere. God was in heaven, I had my friends last year. I always go out humble, and this whole world crumbles. I thought I'd still be standing there, 'cause I was made to love her. I was made to live for her. Yeah, 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 yeah. I was made to leave. Now your brother ain't gonna leave you. What a great song. Stevie Wonder. The man. Dog, no one gives a fuck about your shit.
Shot by 16IO, a great one. I want to watch this whole YouTube video because of this.
Dog, no.
I'm at room 703 where you're gonna swallow this big dick for me, babe.
Dog, what the fuck? I hate this stupid ass app. It used to be so good. Sucks now. Sucks. I was born in Little Rock, had a childhood sweetheart. We were always hand in hand. I was Jesus, your tails. Susie was in pigtails. I knew I loved her even then. Oh, my papa disapproved it. My mama approved it. But I told them time and time again, don't you know I was made to love her, but the world all around her. Hey, hey, hey. She's been my inspiration, shown appreciation for the love I gave her through the years. Love a sweet magnolia tree, my love flies so tenderly. My life goes sweeter through the years. I've known that my baby loves me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. God made to love her. Worship and adore her. Hey, hey, hey. All through thick and thin. Our love just went in. And I love my baby, love my baby. My baby loving. My baby needs me. And I know I ain't going nowhere. I was very hard to a chicken. And I love her baby. And this heart will crumble. I thought I'd still be standing there. But I was made to love her. I was made to live for her. I was made to love her. And the world all around her. Hey, hey, hey. Baby, I was made to leave. You know, Rabbi ain't gonna need to leave. This is a great commercial. Of all the commercials I've seen on, this one's good.
Why do you guys have AR-15?
Extended version. Oh, this sucks. No. What about this song? Yeah, this song's okay. It's about my future life as well. Why? This one? Or you just said it? Yeah, but your lyrics? Oh, like don't even. It's not even a question. For is yeah, this is about my future life and no one else. Really? Yeah. Have you ever sung with anybody else?
For the truck and more back because the raffle was so successful. But
I just compare my future life with
makes perfect sense why
some lame ass bitch. Really? Dog.
This is a cool little one right there. Eventually, we have other things to talk about, and Chin asks a random question. Confidence certificate says 48. Let's keep in. I'm sure we did.
Can you do this without later? For sure. Like, it's not even a question. Really? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 everything is alright. Outside, out of sight, baby, and I. Poor man's son from across the railroad track. Old red shirt I own is hanging on my back. But I'm the apple of every single guy. Cause I'm the apple of my girl's eye. When we go out stepping on the town for a while, my money is blowing my suits out of style. But it's alright. It's my clothes on new. Out of sight. Because my heart is true, she said, baby, everything is alright. Out of sight, baby, everything is alright. Outside, out of sight. She's a pearl of a girl, I guess that's what you might say. I guess those folks brought her up that way. The right side of the track, she was born and raised in a great big old house full of butlers and maids. She said, no one is better than I know I'm just an average guy. No football hero or smooth on one. Got empty pockets, you see, I'm a poor man's son. Can't give it up things that money can't buy. But I'll never let my baby cry. And it's alright, and I can't do outside because my heart is true. She said, baby, everything is alright. Outside, right on the side, baby, everything is alright. Outside, right on the side, baby, everything is alright. Outside, baby, everything is alright. Outside, baby, outside, baby, everything is alright. The worst.
How long is your show? How long do you go up
for 40 minutes, an hour, 20 hours, an hour, 5 minutes. Tight right now.
Hey, I was born in Little Rock, had a childhood sweetheart. We were always hand in hand. I wore high top shoes and shirt tails. Susie was in pigtails. I knew I loved her even then. You know my papa disapproved it. My mama boo-hooed it. But I told them time and time again. Don't you know I was made to love her? Feel the world all around us. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey. She's been my inspiration. Shown appreciation. What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl? Excellent. I couldn't hear you before. That was my issue. Can you repeat? How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. I was just singing Stevie Wonder. Do you like Stevie Wonder?
I love Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
I was listening to his Christmas songs and some other Christmas songs.
Excellent. Well, are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play.
Excellent. I'm glad you like Stevie Wonder.
Oh, good. Now I can show my face now.
Yay. Miss Aquarius, I hit the wrong. What did I do? I got to connect with some people on. I made some videos for Instagram that I tried to upload, and they're not uploading for me. So it's okay because I've got them like backed up on different streams, and now they're kind of working. So we'll see how that goes. And then after this, I'm gonna chill myself some more. Have a nice day. All right, you got 8 right off the bat. You got a tough split
So
though.
what's eat today, Rabbi?
8 like a king. Very nice. I had like Alfredo mostaccioli with broccoli, and
Ooh.
yeah, I quite enjoyed that. And trying to think if that's all I had. Yeah, that's all I had. But that's all. That's what I had for dinner. Give me this. Give me this. And what else? Coffee, and I've been very satisfied all day. What did you have to eat?
That's even cooked a lot. No wonder she didn't want to cook this week. I'm talking about for real. So she got some potato salad from grocery store called Publix. I know you probably heard of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it had turnip, rice, cream, cornbread, red velvet cake from Publix. Made a sweet potato pie. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yes, you did. Apologies for my delay.
No. Yeah, we have that. So, yeah.
Out of everything that she made, ooh, what a spare. I love when that happens.
Yeah, there. I enjoy. It's straight.
Nice strike.
What is that? I enjoy the turkey. I didn't get no pork. I had turkey. Love the ham. I love the potato salad. Collard greens, I love everything. I love. So one is she didn't want us to. She didn't want to cook. I don't blame her. She had to cook all that.
I understand that. That sounds like
And cornbread.
that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I didn't know we were gonna have all these people here. Okay. Oh God. My people did from last year. They came. My cousins who does my hair, her girls, my cousin who got the little big baby, she came. And the wife came, my uncle and his two kids, and my homegirl's friend. Oh, not my homegirl's friend. He didn't make it. So, yeah, it was fun. Had a nice Christmas. A wonderful, amazing Christmas.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah. And then I told you my cousin, he did give me some money. So, he gave some money. He always do it every year. So,
Well, that's nice of him.
yeah. We got a purse, got a pocketbook, some money, we got some jewelry, got some necklace and earrings. It's a nice little box. It's got a light in it. That's so much I'm not gonna let that go. Good job.
Thank you.
You win, I win.
Reload.
I with you.
Yes, ma'am. No way.
No, my hand must have went too long. It's okay. We should have got that. It's okay. All right, bye. You got this.
Nope. Not what we wanted.
Let me get this for. I'm not setting up. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. You in the space?
No, not right now. Oh, that was not ideal, Miss Aquarius.
It's okay. I'll be the same way. What is going on? Why do you want to go to the side? There you go. All right. All right.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
Now, what we wanted, Miss Aquarius, not what we wanted at all.
No.
Oh, nice strike. That was really
Thank
good.
you.
That was big and important.
And then you got the match me. Yes.
As you wish.
You did it. Good job.
Thank you, madam. Oh, almost. That was almost a double strike. But you can get this, no doubt. Perfect.
There you go.
Perfect spare.
Come on, Rabbi. No, it's me again. Oh, look at that. See?
Snuck up on you.
All right, Rabbi. Let's go.
You got a big lead, girl.
You got it. Ooh, slow motion.
Yes,
Hey. See? You got it. Get this one.
No! Miss Aquarius. Nice
You would have
win.
got it. You still got it. You win,
You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. That's right, madam.
I'm showing my face now.
Okie dokie.
Okay, go ahead and I will see you later. God's willing.
God willing. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This is a really great opportunity for me. Did I accomplish?
Fuck.
Really in my heart.
In my heart.
That there might be a chance that I might have a family like that. I was anticipating prior to this story that I've created.
Fuck, yes. In my heart.
That said, another thing, even more important than I think I can
Oh man, I gotta take a whiz.
to say, why do I have to, well, to say, why do our 30s and hello to our 40s? And in my heart, did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s? No. The chance that I would have made my first million by the time I was 30. When I was a child. Adolescence, I was figuring. And then I thought maybe I could be a billionaire by 40. That's what made it. But I really think that that could happen by the time I'm 50. And I think I could be that's how much confidence I have. The Rabbi said, if you're watching this, I want you to do it again. That's what Rabbi, the person, they're one way, maybe the worst person on earth, made within due time, become the wealthiest person on earth. But money really doesn't matter to me. It's happiness. And as I recall, money doesn't buy happiness, but it helps. And I'd like to celebrate it. Even though I live a comfortable life now, I think that said, another thing, even more important than far more important, that there might be a chance that I might have a family. I was anticipating prior to this story that I've created. And they don't. When I was adult, I would tell them, I don't want to get married until I'm well established, and I don't care if that even when I'm 50 years old. And they would like, nobody talks
just for a few generations. First, it was necessary. And I don't have a family. And so I probably should embark on the next when I am going to anyway. According to tradition, they'll have children before sending come up. However, I feel like I win. And why should I never be able to lose, let's say, this like camera? And as much confidence as I've ever said anything in my entire life, I think I would be the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all time. And I really think that. I wouldn't say it, but I think it's true. Or it would be true. And it's going to take me really back. And, Kabbalistic knowledge. But I shouldn't have any Kabbalistic study. I study Gemara, study Chumash, but I have stayed away from Kabbalah as much as I really could. But I think it's time. And so I may watch this video in the future somehow. And I'm going to work every single day for the rest of my life and study just something with Kabbalah. Whether it's watching a documentary or a podcast, reading it, of course, or even just learning one thing about Kabbalah that I didn't know previously. If I could do that for the rest of my life, I'll meet everybody. I'll meet Sachs. I'll meet Rabbi Feinstein. I'll meet Rabbi Miller. I'll meet the ROTHSCHILD. I'll meet I'll meet all the Bobingers. I'll meet all the wrestlers. It's not a competition. Because I know I'm going to win. But I know far less than all of them that they all did. I remember I read this book. Well, so at a time in my life, I was passionate by medical biographies. And I have already written, phrase it, but the largest rabbinical biography compilation in world history. No doubt. It's longer than the Talmud. It's an encyclopedia like compilation of only Orthodox rabbis. And I did this more than half a decade ago. And I still have it. And I remember one of the things that I did with it was the most powerful rabbis. Some of the most powerful rabbis in the world. I was before them. And studies related to my education, specifically my medical education. And I said to them, I will what the most common name, first name of a rabbi is. They looked at each other, and I had stumped them. I know I had stumped them. And so I pulled out of my breast pocket a chart that essentially every rabbi, going back to everybody. And I asked them, I remember asking them, so what do you think the answer is? And some of them were, perhaps, and I was very proud that, like, this was not a thing that was known within all of Judaism. Over 5,700 years of our history, nobody had compiled this. There was no way to have done it. And using various resources, I took all the names of all of the rabbis. And it because I even told them that's how strict you're going to be on how you exactly right. Or would Moshe and Moses be put, or would Abraham, Abraham be the put, or Yaakov, all of the derivations of the major, all of the names of every rabbi that whose life had ever been archived in any respect. We're talking about some famous individuals, but also just individuals perhaps in a what would be the most popular name. And again, I'm perfectly imperfect. And I just misspoke. I know I misspoke. Anyway, I will do this. I'm perfectly imperfect. I said Sheba, I meant Shtem. Perhaps the rabbi we're referencing of this one, Shtem, his wife, or Sheba. And that's why because I think it's something that everybody knows. Is I use word association. I confuse words. And as I say this, I know that it will be funny what I just said. Nobody's laughing. I'm somewhat embarrassed of it. But it will be very funny. And if you're like, you confuse Shtetl and Shadel, yeah. And it will be the first time perhaps we've been in class. I've done it before. And I'm okay with being imperfect. Though I strive for perfection. So, I was with some of the most powerful rabbis in the world. And I pulled out this chart after they gave all these incorrect answers. All of their answers were incorrect. And it was a bar graph and a pie chart. And I explained to them that use all the derivations of the most famous rabbis. Everyone from the most famous rabbis is just rabbis who had just barely made
country, something like that. Like, not necessarily. I think like I had a time table. I asked them, so who do you think it is? And they didn't know. And I said, it's and they looked at themselves and I handed them my chart and they were looking it over. That makes sense. That you have a father, have a child that eats out, and that child might have another child, Yaakov. And Yaakov wouldn't want to name necessarily his child after its father, perhaps in Ashkenazi tradition, after himself. So he might name him after his father who died might be Yitzhak. And then that child would have the option of perhaps naming their child anything they want, but it just came down to the fact that since kind of surmising Yitzhak was a important character in Jewish history, but also the fact that he sits in the middle between Abraham and Yaakov, that became a very common rabbis throughout Judaism, and no one knows this except those rabbis. And like very few people. I have had to communicate this to everyone. No one knew this before. So, and that name means clarity after communicating. And it makes me even ponder my own name. What how perhaps someday I may dream of being into something. But anyway, I am in my own way. Without even recognizing it, discovered one of the great that all Judaism. What is the most common name for a rabbi? That's like that's like a simple question. I mean, what no one knew it. And the answer to it, and I did. So, with that being said, said this previously. I want to be the greatest biography scholar. That is very important. I've said it in writing, I've said it publicly, but I'd also like to be the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all time. I've said at one point in my life, if I ever retire, I'd like to retire as well. Life mystic. But there's a lot to do before, at least a little bit every day for the way I do that. And that's everything. The 72 names of Hashem to my Madonna, or that red string. I've been to the Kabbalistic centers on Shabbat and Beverly Hills and Prayer. And I'm going
No doubt.
This is a really, really in my heart. That I accomplished what I wanted in my 30s.
From the car accident too. So yeah, I know it's been a year. The guy ran into me. Mexican. But I was drunk.
Still have in my heart. The most dedicated show.
What you're interviewing about? Oh, I'm Billy. How are you? Just fine. Hey, for $1, you ready? Christmas tomorrow.
As I watch my previous video, and I've watched previous videos, I'm the one who recognizes when I three cousins or something like that. Anyway, they're different. People find so a lot of them are some mistakes. Planned, and there are many mistakes the way they do. Because a lot of them are some mistakes. And perhaps it's so people find that their own lives, the mistakes that they make are made by him. I say this when I talk about my story, whatever you call this compilation thing. That and as I watch my previous video, as I watch my previous video, and I've watched previous videos, I'm the one who recognizes when I do things incorrectly. And I think that in Hashem's divine plan, that there are many mistakes in the way they do, because a lot of them are simple mistakes. And perhaps it's some people who find that their whole lives, the mistakes they make are made by him. I say this when I talk about my story, whatever you call this compilation thing, that I want the whole world to recognize that we're nothing different. We're 99.9% all the same beginning, no matter where you are. And I think most distantly related people anywhere in the world are still something like around like 26 degree cousins or something like that. It's not that wild that we're much more related, no matter what your family is. As I watched the previous video that I had, I think everybody does, and I do so well. But I recognize that our life, and as you can probably tell, my Yiddish isn't what I want it to be, but happens to be that one day I'd like to speak for gravity and I really look at my life and wow, I'm a normal person where I live at halftime, folks. So this might be my own halftime speech I'm giving myself that I really need to improve in all my languages. English, certainly Hebrew, certainly Yiddish, certainly Arabic. Proficiency, speaking proficiency, and writing proficiency. Rashi script down. I would like to be a sofer of my own Torah. That's something, it's one of the 613 mitzvot. And I'd like to be able to dial in not just an Ashkenazi, but also Sephardic, and perhaps other Hebrew derivations. I'm going to learn everything. I want to know everything. That's okay. I need to work hard. These live streams take up a lot of my life. I haven't been able to study as much as I once did, or attend classes as much as I once did. I was once, I really mean this, the most active participant in the entire world prior to the pandemic, in all of Yiddish, in all of Judaism. We're not supposed to count, but I was pretty darn near 666 straight days shul attendance. Quite sweet. And we're not supposed to count, but I was close to triple digits in continuous Shabbat attendance and perhaps over. We're not supposed to count. I never miss a Chumash class. Absolutely do everything I can. Never miss a Chumash class. And none of my peers were there. It was just very much because younger people had families that were doing things, and I understand that. My education is pretty weak. That's okay. I don't think I really want to any other way. I kind of feel like, well, I was talking in a previous video about how I was reading a book and then I went into, I'm the greatest rabbinical biography scholar of all time, and I'm not yet, but I think about this and I'm like, okay, I have times in my life have been, I feel, and maybe I'm not supposed to like bring this stuff, but the Rebbe's notes, you all are going to say, no, go on and tell me. I was, and perhaps still in my heart, the most dedicated child on earth. In my shul attendance and my class attendance and I want to say I attended shul more tell you that I have been extremely diligent at times, other times, I've been extremely whatever, but I do everything that I can to just absorb Judaism as much as possible. In a lot of ways, I'm not perfect, but I do. Alright, well, I was reading this book when I was like, one of the things that inspired me to become medical biography scholar. And I read to just stop my video. I think my video is still going. Okay, we'll just, I think so. Anyway, I mean, I don't know everything about Rambam, but like at one time I read this book. Sometimes I read books when I really want to get into it. I read them aloud to myself. And I can tell you, when I do that, I've read many books written by rabbis, and I find that they're errors, they're grammatical errors, they're continuity errors. I did it in one book. I gave it to a rabbinical colleague, and I said, there are 3 errors in this book, and I know exactly where they are. And he's like, oh, really? Yeah. I showed it to him. My reference was right there. And I showed him the first one. He's like, okay, no. The third was a continuity error where the rabbi had a paragraph lines, and it made it to a very key. The text would be correct. I mean, I can tell you on the Chabad website, I have pointed out, I don't know if they're done on purpose or not, but I've asked rabbinical colleagues who are just rabbis but they're lawyers as well, and they've said to me, I've pointed out these errors on the person who wrote that page wasn't a lawyer. Like, and it's a really, 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 really important thing, and it makes me want to email Chabad about it. But it's super important. It's like the most important thing in my opinion. It's so important. When there's an error on it, or an inconsistency, or some kind of issue, there's an issue. I'll just say that. Anyway, I read this other rabbi's book one time that I wanted to use the same diligence that I had read the previous rabbi. It was like the time I read the book right after. And there were so many errors in this book I couldn't even keep track. This is going to be like if this newspaper or somebody here to look over. I mean, there were too many errors. There's small errors, but to count. And it made me realize that even the best rabbis who have published notes and editors, they make mistakes. If they make mistakes, they have mistakes. And books, and some of them are pretty close to as perfect as I can make. But otherwise, I know things that they've done, and they are far from perfect. Alright, well, let's read this one book on. Yeah, I'm reading this book. I actually read this book, and I made a chart of all the words that I did. And he was born in Cordova.
I'm going home for the holidays. I'm gonna meet my. Before I meet her, I asked him. I said, "How old is she?" And he said, "Old enough." Yeah. So I'm getting a sister. The holidays, I'm gonna. But my mom, she's a hot mom. All right, not from you. Just the horniest person in the room. Perfect. Yeah. You seem like you. Yeah. No, there's just certain guys who like you like say you have a sister. They're like, you have a sister. It's like, okay, yeah, it's not even go there. You're weirdly excited that I have a family. But my mom, she's a hot mom. But my mom, I had a guy who's opening line to me on a dating app. First thing he ever said to me, he goes, "Music or cheese?" I said, "Music." Okay. Let's open up the room. Who's got music? Hey, wait, you're music? You're music? You're also music? I never heard that. You're both music? I'm like, I'm today, I'm not listening right now. My last name's kind of hard. It's Ladzinski. It's kind of long and complicated. I noticed men won't even try to pronounce it. But they all know how to say the model Emily Ratajkowski's name. I think that's interesting. Like, imagine being that hot and then start learning how to read. My last name, this one guy I went on a date with, he said he wanted somebody who was born with fantasy. Yeah, it's a drawbridge. I got it Uber back to my best of luck in your quest. You know. I am going home for the holidays.
It's funny as fuck.
Question for you. Do you change the oil every few batches? What I've been doing is I'm making 30-40 strufoli in the vegetable oil. And after 3
I went on a date with an Australian guy recently. I thought. What do you mean you thought? Like, I thought he had an Australian accent. He just had a speech impediment.
Gift she gave me and my sister, it was Christmas, and she's like, I have a great gift for you guys. And we were like, what is it? And she's like, it's in the basement. We're like, okay, we're all excited, you know, because she built it up. So we go down the basement, and she's like, here it is. And we're looking around like, where? We don't see anything. She's like, I organized the whole basement. I was like, this is the worst Christmas present ever. And then I told my friend who had just lost her mom, and she's like, it's actually a really good gift. That's actually a very generous gift.
This year I'm buying gifts for me.
And you got those damn beautiful blue eyes. I love that. To be honest with you, I just want to give you a damn kiss. God, we're so back.
You take cash up, I
I'll tell you something. I'll never do it again. Baking the night.
Well, you rate me out of 10.
I'll give you one.
Why? Oh, that was it. Right, what would you rate me out of 10?
I'll give you one.
I'll
Why?
tell you something.
And
I truthfully make
Aubrey Plaza, San Courtside, come on! And of course,
The Roots Crew.
one of the best to do it, Questlove here as well. So, come on guys, let's start playing a little better.
by truthfully making Italians who've been making strudel.
Aubrey Plaza, San Courtside.
wait, Dad, watch out!
Are you kidding me? This guy fully just tried to steal our spot. Hey, this spot is mine. My spot. No, it's mine. My blinker was on. Are you serious? Are you serious? I was here first. What? Are you blind?
I hate this guy. Dude, you blow!
Don't! I don't want to see that. And I really don't like that one hand was doing this.
Yeah, because guys like it, though.
That's,
They like it.
she's right. She's right. Screw you.
You're such a jerk!
This video came across my timeline the other day, and I watch it every single time because I think it is the best throw of an NFL quarterback in history. He's getting rushed by the line. linebacker. He's scrambling, moves out to his right, which is his natural because he's a right-handed quarterback. He rolls back to his left, and then he throws a bomb from the 22-yard line. That's a 54-yard pass. And he did it rolling to his left without even setting feet. Look at this. Snap to pass. 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12. What does it end up being? 14.1 seconds. You can't tell me this is not the greatest throw of all time. And it's done by Donovan McNabb, Eagles led.
I can give you $20 if you can guess my height correctly. 6 what? 4? 4? No. 6. How tall are y'all?
Try and be nice, okay? He was stranded on that island for 5 years. Blair, you look different.
The island. It changed me.
I can see that.
It didn't change everything.
The bridesmaids wanted a celebration, so we took a trip, bachelorette vacation, cause we know she needs one, a break from Matthew. Just kidding, Matt, we're glad she has you. We're out the shit, say nothing, she's taken ya. Sing out, she's with the hot guy, but he looks gay, heard his name's Domingo. Second location, maybe he's fine, still dancing with Domingo. Third location, fully straight, fully touching Domingo. I can't wait to be his wife. She's pointing to Domingo.
So, quick question. Who's Domingo?
Oh, just this random guy we met. I told you about him.
I'm positive you did not.
In the bathroom, we take her aside. She said, good reminder. Hands me her ring.
Ring? Is this true?
Well, I just didn't want to lose it in the hot tub.
What?
In the hot tub, she said, with Domingo. Asked to leave, get a hotel, she's finding with Domingo.
You asked them to leave and get a hotel?
Are you fucking serious? Oy vey. This is the worst. Dude. Fucking piece of shit. fuck?
But great job. Internet research right there, Papa. Yeah. This one's posted by Poop Dick the Clown, 91. Rinks used to own a snake. Papa says owning snakes is stupid because you only take them out like once a month. Immediately goes on to talk about his dumbass fish.
Yeah, somebody in Connecticut got it, and they brought us to kindergarten. It was like a 14-foot snake. Good. I got too mean. Got too fucking mean. I had him in college, and he was like, try to bite you. I was like, I don't like this guy anymore.
What's the PSI on a Burmese python?
Well,
I know. You don't do anything. You might take him out once a month.
there's no bite force with a snake.
I don't really think most people, I don't need this sponsorship. I don't know anyone that's like, oh, dude, that guy's a snake guy, he rules. Like, I don't know anyone that...
Yeah, that's the guy.
Cool.
The guy at the fair with snakes or a parrot on his shoulder is not a guy where things worked out.
Yeah, no, that wasn't his goal.
Yeah, it's like, all right.
I've had everything. Part of the grease that I've owned is what I have now, those arowanas, and I have the catfish. What's it, what? Arowana? Bring up arowana.
Well, I had macaws. You should have known those. I didn't know.
Arowana. To bring their arms out, dude. Yeah, yesterday I was walking around, and I saw this fucking dog in the middle of the road. Just like, yeah, no, they love doing the hand gestures, and they can't wait to talk about their own weird animals that they have. They're very animal-centric people. Yeah, I was thinking the other day, like, who would win in a fight, a bear or a lion? I used to have my sugar gliders, right? It was fucking... No, it's not interesting, and it probably didn't. I saw this goose the other day with the bad foot, and he took a shit all over the place. Sounds like some guy you talk about in UFC that's gonna win a fight. What's that, two of those in a tank? They're so big now. Glass on top, so it doesn't jump out. People jump out 20-something terrifying. It's crazy. But they're getting so big, I have to create a pond in my backyard. Yeah, I had macaws. I had two of them. He had some. You know what's your favorite macaws? How do you find out snakes? Really? Yeah, I mean, I'm terrified of snakes. I'm not scared. I'm terrified of spiders and snakes. I mean, yeah, it's all of these. I've heard people being afraid of snakes, though, too. Yeah, I got inside information that's 100% correct. I think snakes are cool. I've never owned a snake, but, you know, I like snakes. Yeah. I had a assembly. They were like, the white teacher was like, Gerardo reminds me of Steve Irwin. And that's the last thing I heard of them that one time. They don't pay attention to the assembly. They would walk me to the front of the whole second grade, not just the class. And I was looking forward and they throw a milk snake on my neck. They throw a milk snake on me. One of those animal fucking weirdos, dude. Like the whoever came that show off, they just threw a snake at a child on my neck. Oh my god. Maybe the teacher didn't like you, and they're like, Jordan really liked snake a lot. I also had a record in her class for the most citations one day. She's like, was Steve Irwin? What fast snakes? By the way, I didn't say fasted on a round face because it's the shop show. I just don't want that out there, you know? Yeah, that story, I believe it, but it does sound like a better job story.
ISIS was trying to
It's 100% true. That's my second grade class.
somebody locally to find
Pull up the yearbook right now.
where we lived.
This was posted by Earwaves. Last clip of the day, guys. Wow.
Trying to
Hour
find
30
somebody
today. It was crazy.
locally to
The show used to be
that's
5 minutes, officially 10 minutes now.
crazy.
9 minutes and 30 seconds right now. So see if we can get that. This one goes by Earwaves, Brandon Thompson, page 2, ad reads on O'Reilly Auto Insurance. Very funny, short.
See right now, sometimes multitasking can be overwhelming. Especially finding like insurance. But not with quoting with
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Quoting with Progressive Insurance, they do the hard work of comparing rates so you can find a great rate that works for you, even if it's not with them. From other companies online have been ready to compare auto rates. Quote at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. He started to sound like Dad at the end there.
Yeah. Oh, well, that was great. That was fun. Dude, how'd you like today's episode?
Amazing. Great clips. No suggestions.
Yeah, if you guys can, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm doing some streaming over there on YouTube.
So, as always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, Reddit, all that stuff. On the Patreon, we recently reviewed Adam Sandler's new special, pretty good. Netflix, never heard of it. It was good stuff. We didn't do a review last week because we did a live stream of the political debate. Kamala and Trump.
Which is available on our YouTube Live. We go live Wednesday nights at around 8 p.m. Pacific Seattle time, dude.
Yeah, and that's not why they're here.
No. But I got a show on Thursday in Oceanside at the Wachazzi Wishbone Channel Caldine.
Great place, never been, never heard of him. Great guy.
Oceanside, California.
Check that out in California. But you're to watch Tim as a shot, right?
Right.
So start the timer. Play the chain clip.
All right. Well, we got a lot of clips to play. It's all disorganized this week because there's so much chaos with the truck giveaway.
Oh yeah.
According to Chang's, according to Bob, it went down perfectly fine. And guess what, dude?
What?
I got inside information, and he's 100% right about that.
Yeah. I wonder which narrative is more painted, right? You always have to ask yourself that question. Is it Chang's or is it Chop?
I mean, that's the age-old debate. You know what I mean? What came first? The Shab or the TFK? You know what I mean?
Right, the chicken or the turkey?
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, the crab legs or the ocean, dude. You know what I mean?
The chicken or the chicken fingers?
But let's get into it, dude. We got some 20-inch stuff coming up, too. Check out this post from Trevor Orver. Wake up, new Elephant Graveyard just dropped, and I already messaged the man himself. I said, you know what, dude? You got a solid trilogy that just happened. The 3 videos about David Lucas. Netflix.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Elephant Graveyard's got a big dick on him.
But I beg, and I fucking plead to the universe to make it a point.
I like that. Yeah, no, I mean, I can't get enough. All the David Lucas content is great.
He also has a little bit of skits and bits at the beginning about Joe Rogan possibly killing one of his employees.
Oh, fuck.
Have you seen it yet?
No.
The fuck? What kind of planet do you live on, dude? This was posted by Chill Smith. It might get gadoosh because...
Hey, Brendan, I know you're sick of them pretending, but you really couldn't help your own opinions. And these stories that you come up with never fucking can't take the pain away. Won't take a gang of us as plain as day. I really thought that you would take the bait and fade away. Thought I'd throw my pen away. Speaking of a giveaway, nobody gives a fuck about that truck, just throw that shit away. You a scam artist, but lately it's a bad harvest. You'll do anything to never work your damn hardest. You quit on comedy, you quit on MMA. You started a few podcasts claiming that you paid for me. You reap the benefits, you runs the day-to-day before Jay can't sign up with this now Diddy when he came to play. With Rogan's blessing, super save the day. The CTE will cloud your mind until you see your days in gray. Look, I don't mean to spoil you.
Wait, what does it say? The Star Wars spoiler, I assumed it was common knowledge. If you're balls deep in Star Wars, you would have seen it already. What happened in 2015? Dude.
Man, so he spoiled Star Wars and then he said he didn't, or it doesn't matter because
You can't just be busy and balls deep in Star Wars. You have to be balls deep in Star Wars and watch it as it comes out all the time.
No accountability. Is expired. Should've put a spoiler warning, cause there ain't no way you stopping me. Not the green poppy bee. I'm bringing all the white dads out for a photo op. You see, are you getting this clear? You ain't all that sharp, boy. You ain't the tip of this spear, like a bullet to the president. You just a nick in the ear. I'll take a shot while you're sipping this beer. Drive fast on gas, let me stick it in gear. Meet the shops. Dear Papa, I heard you sitting in your truck. The wheels you whipping too quick. Fast on that. Giving a fuck. Should've left your ass stuck. I felt with no help and no seatbelt. Like fucking man, I guess he just shit out of luck. Like here's what the facts is. Always acting so redacted. You sold your soul to Rogan. Look at all the good that did. You never read the comments, but you always on your Instagram. You ran a foot race and drove both your quads like it's been man. Like this on, I think you got some things to figure out. It worked for him, why don't you take a different route? Try changing up your views, but that's way too many clicks to count. You said some foul shit and Papa Rogan had to rinse your mouth. Why? You a habitual line stepper. That may sound a bit salty, but of course this is fine pepper. Always lying, now you're stepping into my sector. It's time that I got here's all the reason I don't love to see his name on checks. The pharmacist that they do, they better be getting on decks. The Bon Voyage seems he getting out of reach. And a Mirage actually good. Like that one, because most of the time I see AA stuff, I'm not really a big fan.
Yeah.
But him looking all fat and funny, that's pretty good. What you preach, not on Fashion Week, you're killing me. Nigga, TNT, because you lied about the NFL. You lied about your comedy. I'm exposing all your lies. You idolize, and ain't no stopping me. You lied about the ACT. You lied about your comic books. You call yourself a stand-up, but this isn't how a comic looks. You lied about your loyalty. You lied about just everything. How many times you think this man is on and hit his wedding ring? You can beat my ass, you cheating ass, but you couldn't even ask for a weekend pass. You grinded like your feet on grass. Spend some time off the beat. I've been a week in class trying to teach your ass, but you never learned to be fast. I smell gasoline and it's leaking fast. I think it's time to leave the past. So let's meet up at the Starbucks, let's lock it in. You can call your girl and tell your family to box me in. Forget what they safety in a world that's full of crazies. Forget about your babies in the backseat of the Mercedes. The man that did some shady shit, that man gon' have to pay me, yo. You gotta check all that anger you got inside you. Be glad that it didn't all come to an end in that drive-thru. I'm creeping up behind.
Meet the shops. Soy boy.
Oh, shit. How the hell are you control you that? That's not your name, dog. Respect yourself, don't fall for that. Shop called, man. You never should have called him back. But it's too late for that. I'm breaking out the almanac. Look, you're 45 and still ain't figured out the internet. That's what these fucking guys got you in a sweat. I know the pay is low, you're keeping it so frugal. If you get a job in IT, if you ever learn how to Google now. Tell me something, how come you can't keep a girl, son? It's just a question, I'm just keeping it real, son. Move back to Texas, go ahead and get you a real gun. I bet he dumps the bodies face down in a steel drum. Get right, you must be sick of all the lying. That's why you flipped to Crowder, and that's what you get for trying. Why your co-host always crying, avoid D'Elia. But as soon as he was down, it was sign or Sia. See, I know you weren't expecting me, so I'll try to say this respectfully, but you assaulted multiple women sexually. What is it that you stand for? You never sat next to me, but it seems the fighter is the best of them. You shake that ass Mexican like I'm Yazel, Puig, and all the rest of them. Go ahead and another thirst trap. She bending over for pictures, just like she got her back in the flirt. I guess the only thing you care about is your wealth. You're fine with being a trophy wife alone on the shelf. They say that baby L's ain't all that good for your health. So next time your husband's out, I'll come to Calabasas and do what my skin.
I think that's it. Love it. Yeah, so shout out to that guy who's making that song parody. You know we're big fans of song parodies, right? Here, Daddy. Yeah, we love. What are your thoughts?
I mean, he really nailed the cadence, right? Mm-hmm. And he put a lot of everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, I mean,
all facets covered.
Great job. You know, I mean, could have been longer if you ask me. Right.
While I was playing, I was thinking about like driving around in my car listening to it. And I just become that guy. Like if I could download this and the funny French Cliff song by Zach or Crack Amico,
yeah,
you're just like you. If I roll down my window, they're like, oh, is that guy? Is he listening to Meet the Shops?
Yeah,
it could be me.
How would Brendan respond?
Like the rap, oh, that would be amazing. Yeah. Low Browns, I mean, you're getting called out. Dude, you gotta come up with a song, Brendan, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, where you at? I don't hear you.
It's not even a request, it's like kind of a demand at this point.
I mean, if they had to do it.
Okay, so let's get into this truck giveaway. This one's posted by OKCheek7332. It's the winner of the truck giveaway owns a truck customizing. This is the phone call Brendan gave. 888 Will Stombaugh's Custom Willys Fabrication Business. This is his Custom Willys Fabrication Business page.
Yeah.
It is sketchy to me because let's look at this number right here, 27. Business is failing. 68 posts, 270 problems. That's a problem, right?
Interesting.
Let's keep talking.
Let's see. How does he do this? He has an intern or schnoz or somebody reach out to them to see if they want to be the one secretly selected to it'll help you out, help me out, and how you come with me, I'll show you my favorite shoe. You get a truck, and then we can make me look like a good guy on it.
Two-town. He still says
it's not two-town anymore. It's not. I always forget. That's my fault. That's the team's fault, actually.
So do you want to guess how many followers he has now?
1,000.
279.
Oh fuck, dude. It only got 9, dude. Where are we at? Cats, follow this guy.
Come on, dude. Yeah. And he started following one person since this post. But maybe the shop bump was 200. He only had 70 followers. And then the shop bump was 200.
This is the best thing. Hands down, the best thing ever happened to Custom Willys.
Custom Willys. We should get a Custom Willys sticker, dude.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's a good idea.
Let's do it. Alright, so this one's very funny. Do you know Tim Heidecker at all?
Yeah.
What is he known for? Tim and Eric's?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only way I know Tim Heidecker, but this is a great video, dude. Posted by Mountain Dew 52. It's called Tim Heidecker's take on Tony Hinchcliffe. You ready for this?
Let's spill the beans on it.
It's like the landscape has changed so much with this. You're a big Tony Hinchcliffe fan? No, I don't even. People talk about this guy. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. Go! Tony Hinchcliffe. Is he the Kill Tony guy? Yeah! Man, he's the fucking goat! People better than him. Like, with this insult comedy, you're done. It's crazy. You should start up against Tony Hinchcliffe and see how ruined you get. I would rather fight him than try to do comedy. I don't know who this guy is. Every time we go on tour,
never met him.
Somebody will be like, "Oh, you're a comedian. Do you watch Kill Tony. I'm like, I've never seen Kill Tony. We should find a dumb clip of him. I would love to watch a clip of him. He's like a Rogan, emissary. I guess I've heard that, but I'm just saying, maybe like he talks like this, but he's not gay. I don't think. But he's like,
hey, that's our bit. Hey, Tim, wait, watch him. Be cool. That's what we say. As if everyone does this. I'm gonna spill the beans on you, Tim. You watch yourself, Tim. This is my first and only warning to you.
Bones are so blue. They're like your blue balls. They're like your blue balls because you don't fuck girls come. Who's he saying this? Like other people, friends. Listen to this. And he'll have, it's like, I remember when that band Kiss was popular? Yeah. And you're like, why are they so popular? They're so bad. But they've got arenas full of dodos. It's like Mark Loving.
You gotta aim for the top.
Well, I was into Kiss when I was like 7. Yeah. And then you kind of wise up. Yeah. And you hear real music.
Nice stuff. Great guy. Never met him. Tim Heidecker. Yeah. Hell yeah. I like this public.
Tony Hinchcliffe getting made fun of by almost anybody.
Oh, yeah.
It bothers me a little bit that one guy pretends to not know who Tony Hinchcliffe is.
Yeah.
I don't think he doesn't know who he is.
Yeah.
I gotta just call that out.
I mean, he's on Rogan every other week, I mean, he's a hungry wolf. You can't just ignore a hungry wolf.
Well, think if you're really on, that's what he's not giving a hungry wolf a chance. But if you're on tour all the time and people ask you, what is Kill Tony? You're not ever looking it up to find out. I find that to be a painted narrative, my friend.
Yeah. Both things can't be true, dude. This one's supposed to be, oh my gosh, Sancho Villa, 88. It's Dicey. It's a post from, its marriage is just a nice word for adopting a fully grown man who can't take care of himself.
G.I. Joe being goddamn, dude. Yeah, fuck. Wow, I hope my, significant other never says something like that about me online.
And then also, sorry, not sorry, just to top it off at the end there.
Sorry, not sorry is like the quintessential dumb person, like when you're saying it without not sorry. You're pretty dumb.
So, yeah, I like this, but sorry, not sorry, dude. Alright, so this one's posted by Inspector Crib. It's called My Face When I Win the Truck Walk. The face of a young man who has driven all fast, no gas his whole life. Think boy till the end, wait for my prize. Like, who is this?
I mean, you know who it is, don't you?
Is it? Because that was my first thought, but it does not look like.
Let's make it illegal to put your own gas. Give me a town that's 99% Indian. Oh, you're right. Give them their own road. Sharing system.
I wonder if she drinks pickles.
Oh, you're right. Give them their own road. Sharing system. Yes, I'm saying everyone's
They all have their own pickles.
stimulating my
That's
goals.
awesome. That's actually kind of
Give me towels. Give me police cars. Make it harder.
This is what I look like without my favorite shoe, dude.
Name after
But,
me.
I mean, honestly, I think I look bad.
Everywhere.
So, like,
Beach town.
if my face looked like this, I'd probably be a woman.
Let's make it illegal to put your own.
anything else? No, okay, I got nothing. Okay, so this was posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. It's called Truck Winner Used to Race at Mint 402. Kind of like the CEO of DFAG in Tristan. So I guess somebody was able to follow his account. What a crazy week, 160 miles of racing at the
Being there.
I mean, that's your painted narrative, you know?
I'm not saying that's what happened, but this is what that's suggesting, right? Allegedly. Wow.
Yeah. What do you think? What is your over-under on that being the truth? Honestly, it's probably like 50-50 at this point.
Yeah. But, I mean, this is the biggest. What else has happened at that thing besides this?
They saw multiple hundreds of percentage uptick when Chop shouted him out, dude.
Right. I mean, I'm going next year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm driving.
Yeah, dude, we're going to use your Corolla. Yeah, it's a race to Mint 400. This one's posted by Booth Lafette. It's called The Diddler Makes an Appearance on Rare Insults Subbies Instead of Being. Look at that. That's just, I mean, that chest piece is, it's hilarious that he has multiple hawks on his body. There's one here, one there. there's probably another hawk on his body, dude. Right?
Probably. He's just trying to, he's trying to get in, but we won't let him in, I don't think.
What came first, his tattoos or our show, right?
Yeah, definitely our show.
Yeah.
But you get it.
He's a tweetie. This one's posted by El Gallo. It's called Defect Truck Contest Winner Announced. And this is the guy, William. Does he ring a bell?
I mean, here's the thing. The low effort put into this is what wins me over. Because sometimes that's one of my Chang's posts. I get somebody who are like, I love how little effort was put into this, but it actually makes it funny. That's this post.
Yeah.
Very good. All you need to make a good post is a good premise. This, my friend, is a good premise.
Yeah, great spicy dish, dude. Next one is, okay, now it's his video clips here. Now, this is where I'm talking about disorganization. I didn't organize things to be chronological or anything, so we're just gonna, soak it all in.
Yeah.
Pause.
Well, you know what? You could just say you went Baja mode.
I went Baja mode with picking clips this week, and it's ridicule another comedian's ticket sales, let alone his best friends, is truly remarkable.
I saw this one. That's good.
Same.
Don't do Sunday in Dallas when Dallas Cowboys playing, even though you guys showed up in Plano, and I really appreciate it.
It was on Sunday.
Sunday was not sold out.
Sunday was like.
It was
I got videos from that.
That was about 3 quarters.
I got videos from fans. If that's true, then how did we not get videos, dude?
Yeah, and he got videos from Sir with it. Just like, hey, I'm at my Callan show. I'm so happy to be here. And Sean, not many people do.
I forgot there's an asterisk to Post and Ghost. It's Post and Ghost asterisk. And when you go to the bottom of the page, it says, unless I like your impression of Shop getting a DM from a fan.
I'm making fun of him on their show now. I counted. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10. Too many after that.
Nobody, yeah.
Like 3 quarters of
when he thinks he has a joke, it's the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny for us,
Yeah.
but it's always the same. He's doing like that with his face. It's like, who's laughing at that?
Yeah.
Not me.
People that fuck my name up are laughing at that. Quack quacks, dude. That's for sure.
Actually, I'm laughing at it, so.
you fuck my name up all the time.
No, that and this. I realize I'm just lying. I am laughing literally at this.
Now, Friday,
When 3 quarters.
What?
Maybe not.
It's like, well, look at them. You know what it was? Well, it was like an Oakland A's game. Probably a little bit of an Oakland A's. It was a little Oakland. It was an Oakland A's show up. Well, let's put it this way.
I don't know why it's so quiet this week, but I kind of like it that way too.
Yeah.
Yes. So what do you think? Who's telling the truth here? 3 quarters full or less than 3 quarters full?
Well, it's surprising that anyone would go to a Brian Callen show at all, but he is a famous person, and if I'm like, who lies more, it's definitely Schaub, so I said Brian Callen probably had 3 quarters full.
It makes sense, though, too, because this is the same show. It's like, you don't want to go in person. Audio's king.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe if there's some sort of audio companion piece you could listen to outside of the doors, maybe that's what was happening.
Why milk the cow when you can get
You can poke the eyeballs, you know what I mean? What? Well, that's what you say, right? Shoot for the stars and land on my face, dude.
Okay. Horny much, but
too hard to try. I mean, let's see here. This one's called, or posted by I Downvote Cake Days. It's called Brian asks Mappa if he was in Colorado last weekend for the truck stuff. Dicey. I haven't.
See, I'm in Denver, dude, over the weekend. You are? Truck stuff? No, for one championship. Oh, that's right. Yeah. How'd that go? Okay. See, family? Oh, yeah. Mom, Papa, Nubby. Good. Nubby. Nubby. Oh, yeah, it's all Nubby.
What if Nubby is just like his childhood friend that had a nub, and he's like, "Your name Nubby."
Could be. That sounds like what it is. Yeah, 100%.
What about Tarek?
I don't know. They haven't talked about Tarek in a long time. I'm a little worried about my guy.
Yeah. I wonder if Tarek is pregnant still.
Maybe he's in Denver, dude. Stack. Trying to stack. Trying to stack my neck. Come on, man. Yoski.
Trying to stack my nub, huh?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what stack a human being. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Stack my nub is kind of pause-worthy, dude.
That shirt is a "what are we doing here" thing. That's the worst defect shirt I've seen.
The camo shirt?
Yeah, it's horrible. It says like DFG here. It's like, what would you? It's very, very childish to hear that. I think. Who was buying that?
Have they used the acronym yet, or is that just a pure Chang's acronym?
Well, they haven't said DAFG, but
I closed the window already, but I'll look into it later. Do your own research. Just like okay, so this is the actual truck winning video, I believe. Confidence Search 8648. Truck winner is from Colorado. You know what? This is the post, but let me go ahead and talk to the audience real quick, and I'm gonna pull up his Instagram.
We were saying before that we thought maybe Joanna clothes, and that's why it's so weird.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just like he's a good husband. That could be a huge stretch, though. Mm-hmm. You never know.
Yeah.
If I won the truck, which I guess I officially now not won the truck,
I feel bad for you, bro.
I would fucking. I don't know. Part of me is like, well, you know what? I don't think I would sell it. I think I would use it for the show. We would do bids in the truck. Maybe have some sort of weird promo thing at the beginning of 10 Minutes to Shop in the truck.
I agree. I mean, I wish we could shoot a Timos in the truck, dude. That would be amazing. Maybe we could hit up Willie.
Me winning the truck, though, that means that shop is accepted us, probably.
Yeah.
Because I call me.
We're a law firm, at least. All right, so let's check this out, dude. Let's see. This is the actual video of the truck giveaway.
Will, what's up, brother? It's Brendan Schaub. Where am I calling you at? Where are you located?
I'm here in Montrose, Colorado.
Montrose and raised. Well, you won the truck, man.
Dude, awesome. That is so cool.
Sweet. Sick.
I was excited for the shirts, but now I'm really excited.
I was excited for the shirts. No way. He ordered like 100 shirts. He has like a row full of Drive Fast All Gas merch.
He bought a bunch of shirts. He's like, man, I hope I don't win the truck. I bought a lot of merch, dude.
He's happy that, no, I think he's happy he got the truck. He's
like, no, I just need a driveway.
He needs a house.
Use this thing for what it was built for, man. So
there's so many trails around here, and there's a lot of off-road series that I want to jump into, and yeah, I'm looking forward. So excited. I'm pumped.
Brother, the team will be in contact. We'll figure out the logistics. We'll get the truck to you. We'll get you out
I don't know if we want to put the team on something this important.
Yeah.
I think it'd be funny if it was like, it'd be clearly real if the guy was crazy. That would be funny if he was like, I'm just so happy that I won this because it gives me the opportunity to talk about, the Jews and the vaccine and what
happened with Building 7.
Yeah, he's like, do you know traded by you know who?
Yeah.
It's not how they told us. And another thing, he's like, what about Trump?
He wins out. Alex Jones doing the truck giveaway?
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck. I didn't know that.
I don't know if it's another post on Chang's, but yeah, he's giving away a truck now. As soon as they give away this one, Alex Jones is giving away a truck.
I bet Alex Jones' truck thing is more successful.
No, probably.
Yeah.
You gotta buy like alpha braid and stuff. And
Oh yeah, how do you win
40x entries?
How would you win Alex Jones' truck giveaway?
I don't know. We could look into it, but let's see.
And this is gonna be fun, man.
You had a great point though. Why give it to the team when the team keeps fucking up, dude? That's a big responsibility.
This is really a bad move.
Yeah.
I can't thank you enough for participating, and couldn't have picked a better It's insane.
Couldn't have picked a better year.
Say, by into our 30s and a lot into our 40s. And this is a really great opportunity for me. I really, in my heart, did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s? Thought, chance that I would have made my first million by the time I was 30. When I was a child, adolescent, I was figuring. And then I thought maybe I could be a billionaire by 40. Chance. I have to say, by into our 30s and hello to our 40s. And this is a really great opportunity for me. I really, in my heart, did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s? No. I thought, chance that I would have made my first million by the time I was 30. When I was a child, adolescent, I was figuring billionaire by 40. That's certainly good. But I really think that that could happen by the time I'm 50. Man, I think that that's how much confidence I have. Don't prevent it all. If you're watching this, I want you to do it again. That's what my person in one way, the person on earth, made within like to be able to explore the world. That said, another thing, even more important than money, far more important than money, that there might be a chance that I might have a family like I was anticipating prior to undergoing this story grief. And I don't. I'm okay with that. You would ask any of my friends when I was a young adult, I would tell them I don't want to get married until even 50 years old. And they would like, and I just knew the uphill battle that I was facing, just in my mind. And I didn't want to do it until I could absolutely know that I had secured generational wealth, not just for a few generations, but for as long as is necessary. And I don't have any family. And so I probably shouldn't embark on life, but I am going to anyway. I should be 40 years old and have had children before studying Kabbalah. And as of right now, neither of those things are true. However, I feel like I'm going to live. And if I never have children, or a few generations, another thing, even more important than money, far more important. Chance. Yo, babies, babies, I just spoke for 40 minutes and my video was uploaded, but because babies, I just spoke for 40 minutes and my video was going to upload, but because I'm so sick, I think they're going to be able to.
Ow.
This is a really great opportunity for me. I really in my heart. Did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s? No. Chance that I would have made my first million by the time I was 30. When I was a child. Adolescents are always figuring me. And then I thought maybe I could be. That's certainly good. But I think I can be trouble. I think that's the amount of confidence I have. The Rebettes, I don't know if you're watching this, I want you to know, yeah, that's what Rabbi, the person who, their one way, may be the worst person on earth, may within due time become the wealthiest person on earth. But money really doesn't matter to me. Happiness. And as I recall my mother saying, quoting Oprah Winfrey, money doesn't buy happiness, but it helps. And I'd like to comfort money would be able to. Even though I live a comfortable life now, I'd like to be able to explore more. said, another thing, even more important than money, far more important than money, that there might be a chance that I might have a family that I was anticipating prior to doing this. And I don't. And I'm okay with that. You were to ask any of my friends when I was young adult, until I'm well established, and I don't care that even 50 years old. And they would like, nobody talked like that. And I just knew uphill battle I would be facing, just in my life. And I didn't want to do it until I could absolutely know that I had secured generational wealth, not just for a few generations, but for as long as it's necessary. And I don't have a family. And so I probably shouldn't embark on the next major challenge of my life, but I am going to anyway. According to tradition, one should be 40 years old and have had children before studying Kabbalah. And as of right now, neither of those things are true. However, I feel like I've waited a little. And if I never have children, God forbid, why should I never be able to study Kabbalah? I really feel like I'm just saying this until like a camera. That I say it with as much confidence as I've ever said anything in my entire life. I think I'm the greatest Kabbalistic sage of all time. And I really think that I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it would be true, or it would be true. And it's going to take me a long time. Because I really lack any and all Kabbalistic knowledge, but I shouldn't have them. I've done an excellent job of avoiding any Kabbalistic study. I studied Gemara, studied Chumash, but I have stayed away from Kabbalah as much as I really could. But I think it's time. And so, and I'm going to work every single day for the rest of my life and study just something with Kabbalah, whether it's watching a documentary or podcast or reading a course, or even just learning new things about Kabbalah that I didn't know previously. I could do that for the rest of my life. And I'll meet everybody. I'll meet Rabbi Sachs. I'll meet Rabbi Feinstein. I'll meet Rabbi Miller. I'll meet all the Bobagers. I'll meet all the Breslows. It's not a competition. They all passion by rabbinical biographies. And I have written already, compiled is a better way to probably phrase it, but the largest rabbinical biography compilation in world history. No doubt. It's longer than the Talmud. It's an encyclopedia-like compilation of simply rabbinical biographies. And only Orthodox rabbis. And I did this more than half a decade ago. And I still have it. And I remember one of the things that I did with it was powerful rabbis. Some of the most powerful rabbis in the world. I was before them. And we were talking about some of my studies related to my education, specifically my rabbinical education. And I said to them, I've always been curious as to what the most common name, first name of a rabbi is. They looked at each other. I had stumped them. I know I had stumped them. And so I pulled out of my breast pocket a chart that I made. Because I compiled essentially every rabbi going back to Rabbi, everybody. And I asked them, I remember asking them, so what do you think the answer is? And some of them were, some of them said, Osha. Perhaps. And I was very proud that, this was not a thing that was known within all of Judaism. 100 years of our history. Nobody had compiled this. There was no way to have done it. And using various resources, I took all the names. I even told them that it depends how strict you're going to be on how you define the first name. Do they have to always spell exactly right? Or would Moses be put, or would Abraham be the equivalent? Or Yaakov and Jacob? And if you took the derivation of the meter of all the names of every rabbi that whose life had ever been archived to any extent, we're talking about some famous individuals, but also just individuals perhaps in a small shade of Eastern Europe and so on. misspoke. Okay. And I will do this. I'm perfectly imperfect. I said Sheva, I meant Shem. Perhaps the rabbi were referencing of this one. And I have a thing. I don't want to call it learning disability by any means because I think it's something that everybody knows. Is I use word association. I confuse words. It will be funny what I just said. Nobody's laughing. I'm somewhat embarrassed of it. But it will be very funny. And if you're like, you confuse shtetl and shadel, yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time, perhaps one did. I've done it before. And I'm okay with being imperfect. I always strive for perfection. So, as I was saying, I was with some of the most powerful rabbis in the world. And I pulled up this chart after they gave all these incorrect answers. All of their answers were incorrect. And it was a bar graph and a pie chart. And I explained to them that use all the derivations of the most famous rabbis. Everyone from the most famous rabbis is just rabbis who had just barely made an impact on society. I think I did it up until the 20th century, something like that. Like, not necessarily. I didn't. I think it was something because, like, I had time. I asked them, so who do you think it is? And they didn't know. And I said, it's Isaac. And they looked at themselves and I handed them my chart. They were looking it over. And one of them said, that makes sense. That you have a father who Abraham, have a child named Isaac. And that child might have another child, Yaakov. And Yaakov wouldn't want a name necessarily his child after its father, perhaps in Ashkenazi tradition, after himself. So he might name after his father, but that might be Yitzhak. And then that child would have the option of perhaps naming their child anything they want. But it just came down to the fact that since we kind of surmising Yitzhak was a important character in said it in writing, I've said it publicly, but I also use Kabbalistic sage oils. I've said that at one point in my life, if I ever retire, I'd like to retire in a spot and life mystic. But there's a lot to do before that. So, with that being said, I'm going to do everything I can to study at least a little bit, from the tree of life to the 72 names of Hashem to my Madonna or that red string. I've been to the Kabbalistic centers along by on Shabbat in Beverly Hills and Pico Fair, and I'm going to become the greatest Kabbalist in global history. You got to learn someday, marry a woman, she wear a shadel, we'll live in our shtet, perhaps in the true gas, perhaps many decals. But I'm going to be the greatest Kabbalistic scholar in global history. No doubt. In my heart. Did I accomplish what I wanted in my 30s? But I really think that that's happened by the time. The events that you're watching, the person, they're wrong by first persona may have been money really doesn't matter. But he does it by accident. And I like to Because I watched my previous video, and I've watched previous videos. I'm the one who recognizes when I do things incorrectly. And I think that in Hashem's divine plan, and there are many mistakes the way that I do, because a lot of them are simple mistakes. And perhaps it's some people who find that in their own lives, the mistakes that they make are made by everyone. I say that when I talk about my story, whatever compilation paper like that, I want the whole world to recognize that we're not that different. We're 99.9% all the same beginning, no matter where you are. And I think that two most distantly related people anywhere in the world are still something like around like 26 degree cousins or something like that. It's not that wild that we're much more related than we are, no matter what you're raised. As I watched the previous video that I had, I did embarrass by making mistakes. I think everybody does, and I do so publicly. But I recognize that our life, and I want it to be, but that's another thing I think I've been reading. Linguists of Yiddish and with a great pillars of Yiddishkeit. I mean, I'm hard on myself. Like, oh, I used word association with two words. I mean, the Yiddish to which I was exposed, my life has been lived. But it still exists. And my family, even going back to when I was a little child, used Yiddish. And we used other languages as well, Yiddish, that we use. And the more I'm exposed to it, the important it becomes to me that one day I'd like to speak primarily Yiddish. And I really looked at my life and wow, I'm a normal person where I am. Think about that. Halftime, folks. So this might be my own halftime speech that I've given myself that I really need to improve in all my languages. English, certainly Arabic, and my reading proficiency, speaking proficiency, Rashi script down. I would like to be a sofer of my own Torah. That's something, it's one of the 613 mitzvot. It's close. And I would like her to, and perhaps other people there, I want to know everything. That's okay. I can at least try. I need to work harder. Life should take up a life. I haven't been able to study as much as I once did, or attend classes as much as I once did. I was once, I really mean this, all of 2 days. When you're 666 straight days of shul attendance, you're not supposed to count, but nobody's meeting. And we're not supposed to count, but I was close to triple digits in continuous Shabbat attendance and perhaps over. And I never miss a Chumash class. Absolutely everything I can, never miss a Gemara class. And none of my peers were there. It was just really equal of me. Because younger people had families that are doing things, and I understand that. My education is really weak. That's okay. I don't think I would really want any of it. I kind of feel like, well, I was talking in a previous video about how I was reading a book and then I went into, I'm the greatest rabbinical biography scholar of all time, and I'm not yet, but I think about this and I'm like, okay, I have times in my life, and I feel, and maybe I'm not supposed to like rate this stuff, but the Rabbi's notes, you all are gonna say no. Go on and tell me. I was, and I'm still in my heart, the most dedicated Jew on earth. And my shul attendance and my class attendance and I want to say I attended the shul more than anything I'd ever done. I can tell you that I have been extremely diligent in terms of other times. I've been extreme in my life or whatever, but I do everything that I can to just absorb Judaism as much as possible. In a lot of ways, I'm not that perfect, but I do. Alright, well, I was reading this book when I was like, one of the things that inspired me to become rabbinical biography scholar. And I read the biography of and I just recorded this stuff, my video. I think my video stuff up. Okay. We'll just press close. Is this still going? Anyway. I mean, I don't know.
No way. What the fuck?
Like at one time I read this book. Sometimes I read books when I that. I've read many books written by rabbis, and I find that they are. What the absolute fuck? Unbelievable. This thing sucks.
Yeah. He also doesn't know English, though, so let's not take him for his word.
Yeah, it may just be messed up. He messed up words.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Like always.
But it's funny that he said I couldn't have picked a better winner than Brent and Brian in the other clip was like the truck stuff when he said Denver. What's that?
Oh, so you got the truck stuff, right? The stuff where you thought you were, being 100% legit about, but really you're just giving it off to some dude in Denver.
Yeah.
That stuff. Yeah. Couldn't have picked a better winner. Very strange verbiage.
Colorado, man. It's
Awesome, brother. I'll be in touch. Later, man.
Did I check out this part?
Let's go, dude. And he's gonna use it for all note for it. Let's go.
So there. What are your thoughts, Brendan?
definitely see it could be a fake phone call, yeah, from watching that. It doesn't seem like the realest, most authentic phone call, but who knows?
And like we'll see in another post, the comments were a problem. A lot of comments getting deleted, dude. A lot of comments getting gadooshed by Zuck. You know what I mean?
Oh shit.
Maybe Zuck's behind the giveaway, dude. You know?
Well, they are good friends.
Yeah. First biggest comment on here on Chang's is Grand Bullfrog. Well, the guy on the phone sounds like he's been caught completely off guard and is super fucking excited to talk into this North Star about after entering a raffle to win his truck. Does not sound like they discussed this conversation beforehand.
Joe is tall. Yeah, that's where I'm thinking.
Yeah. Anyways, painted narrative, if you ask me. Let's see what else we got. Okay, let's take a little break from all that Bappa stuff, dude, and watch Tony getting annihilated in the comments. But I mean, that's a painted narrative. He's totally annihilating somebody in this clip. So let's see.
ASAP Rocky. I went off on this one guy in an all-black show. Like, I mean, the super black show. One night I do a Michael Jackson file joke. And some guy with a grill and, just you can picture him, stands up and goes, "You don't make fun of Michael Jackson. Fuck you, homie." And I go, "Fuck you, you broke bitch." And like, I just start going in on him in the crowd. Boom, I'm smashing this guy.
Destroying him. He's like, oh my god. He was like, you know how he's black? He was just as afraid of me as he would have been the cops. Boom, is joking and joking and joking, all directed towards this one guy. I'm smashing this guy.
I go, "Look at your tinfoil bitch-ass grill. Sit down, you fucking broke-ass bitch. You spent all your money on the outfit you wore out tonight." The crowd's just roaring. And they were roaring a little bit too loud, but I didn't really notice why I didn't think anything of it. And I'm running late to my spot at the Comedy Store. I get a call from my manager, and I take it. I go, "What's up? I just had a fun set at the Black Show."
The black show.
Yeah. So this is the funniest part to me is when he's talking on the phone with his manager.
Right. The real conversation that happened.
Yeah.
I just destroyed Tupac.
Yeah. Like when I call you, I go, "What's up? I just finished uploading an episode that was very successful."
You want, and his manager has the same voice as him. "Oh my god, Tony, you won't believe who it was they were making fun of."
Tony, you're tall. That's the comments. You're so tall and handsome, Tony. The guy you were making fun of was a celebrity. He's fucking annihilated his whole career.
I gotta keep my eye on you, hungry wolf.
Yeah. So let's see.
And he goes, "Yeah, did you just completely annihilate?"
Did you just completely annihilate?
It's like, Brendan, did you just completely annihilate that flapper show? Yes.
Gerard, did you just completely annihilate that whole can of baked beans?
Yeah, you fart motherfucker.
I've had a baked beans renaissance, dude. Let's see.
ASAP Rocky.
Why the fuck you lie?
Okay, so let's get into the comments here. First, let's see here. Nobody is more proud of Tony Hinchcliffe than Tony Hinchcliffe. Imagine unknowingly roast a millionaire by calling him broke and thinking you annihilated him is crazy work. Yeah, all he said was that he's broke. That's it. Yeah. Like, what's poor about him? He's a millionaire. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna turn off the music for this. Tom Segura's face is salivating at the pain of the poor.